Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proceed, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Well, that would help. Hi. Hello. Hello, my friends. Happy Sunday. Sunday fun day. Today is Sunday, June 1st, 2025. Where the hell did this year go? I was talking to Will yesterday, my friend and yours, the Glarer, and I said, we haven't done a show in a long time because, we get busy. We're live streaming a trial and it's been like a long time. And so he said, well, it's your turn to host. And I was like, what? Really? So I didn't realize that he's waiting for me to invite him. And I'm like, oh, can't you host? Because I'm tired. I said, all right. Okay, cool. I'll do it. We'll do it. Let's get it done. It's a Sunday night. It is the eve before day 25. Is tomorrow day 25 already? Look, it's Melanie After Dark. So I don't know. You don't know what you're going to get. But I can't promise that your kids will like it necessarily. So put the earmuffs on, maybe send the kids into another room. You don't know what's going to happen. But Will is here. And we know that you loved his picture with Bobby Allesie in the hallway. Guns of Steel, suns out, guns out, because you guys made me show it. And I know a lot of you probably saved it and you have it as your screensaver on your computer. And I won't tell him if you don't. It'll be our secret. All right, without further ado, El Jefe de Verdad, Will the Glarer.
Excellent pronunciation.
Hey,
hello.
I know I took Spanish in high school. Muy bueno.
Don't worry, I didn't hear anything that was going on.
Me gusta.
You brought me on.
Me gusta. You, how are you? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm tired. It's just like I feel like live streaming this trial, like unless you're doing it or someone, like we can talk about it because we both do it. It is mentally exhausting, right? I mean, it's mentally exhausting to just watch the trial if you're doing it by yourself in your house on your TV or whatever and screaming at the TV. It is difficult and it is a very, I don't know. I can't even think today. It's a difficult skill to be able to entertain people for 8 hours at a time, right? Because I don't know about you, but I rarely have dead air. Like if there's lunch, I'm talking all the time. And
well, it's become like, luckily, I have this foolproof business model where I just give disclaimers like I might be in a good mood, I might be in a bad mood. And so if I get genuinely mad, like hopefully you're entertained by me being genuinely mad at what I'm watching. So the disclaimer's out there. Like it's not always jokes.
I should try that.
Yeah.
I should try that because sometimes I yell like if the trolls get in, which I put it usually on a 24-hour hold. Like it's like a 24-hour waiting period before you're allowed to chat because, it happens. The fact that some people are willing to wait 24 hours to come in and be nasty to me is just, and I'll stop what I'm doing and call them out because, and people are like, just ignore it, just ignore it. I'm like, no, I'm not going to ignore it. If somebody feels like they need to do this to me, I'm going to talk about it.
Right. And it's your prerogative. Like, my favorite is when they go, you're just giving them what they want. It's like, maybe I want to give them what they want for a second. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's me being kind. Maybe that's me. Maybe I'm giving them that courtesy to justify me giving it right back to them.
Right.
You ever
Exactly.
think of that?
I don't think that there should be ramifications for behavior. I'm a firm believer.
Yeah, it ain't none of your business. If
My
I gotta take over, if I gotta stop the whole show and deal with a troll, then that's what I'm gonna do.
Good. All right. Good. I know we're on the same page about so many things.
Yeah.
We have different styles, but we're, it's funny. It's like, we're kind of opposite, but in a lot of ways we're very similar. And so, a lot of people, I have a lot of new viewers, so they might not know that about us, and they might be new to you. So if you do not already follow Will the Glarer, I know we have a lot of cross-contamination here. We have a lot of viewers
That's
that are
a great way to put it.
Cross-contamination, cross-pollination. I don't know. If you do not follow Will the Glarer, his link is in the show notes below. You had, and so we both covered the first trial, and now we're both covering the second trial. So there's a small group of us that know this case well enough to be able to talk about any part of it and know what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
And we both went to the first trial, different days. And I have not been to the trial yet. I don't know if I'll be able to get there, but you have been there. And so I want to hear a little bit first before we get into like what has happened in the prosecution case so far and what we think is good and what we think is bad. What was the vibe like in the courtroom? Because I remember last year we both went, and I had the feeling that the judge had a much different vibe in person. Like in person, she seemed much nicer in person than she was on television.
Yeah. I'm glad that I'm glad you specified Bev in that, because it's too general of a question for me to like really pinpoint how I want to answer that, but you just made it very easy. Like Bev in particular, because you know how it is where you're sitting, you're at Bev's 12 o'clock. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You're thinking, has she seen the show? Has she heard me call her the names that I've called her or implied?
She knows.
Has she heard me imply how corrupt I think she is, or flat out say it? These are all things that go through your mind. But what was really interesting is I got to go during jury selection as well.
Oh, you did? Oh, excellent. I want to hear about that.
And at one point, I'm walking down the stairs, and she's coming up the stairs. And if she's in the courthouse, she always has a bailiff with her. So I'm coming down the stairs, and she's coming up the stairs, and I'm talking about the staircase. The staircase is only so wide, and so she's, close enough to where her robe rubbed up against me as we passed.
Wait, one sec. She uses the main staircase. There's not like a back staircase for her to come up? Like,
I don't think so.
Wow. Okay, that's interesting to me.
But she had a bailiff with her, and when I passed her, it was weird because I knew it was her, and I still was like, "Oh, excuse me, Judge, I'm sorry," even though I really wasn't in her way, But like, I realized something then that I never realized about myself before, and so when I passed her, she was like, "Oh, it's okay," smiled, kept walking. She was super nice, incredibly nice, like really nice. You know what I mean? Not just nice, but really nice. And she's tiny, she's
Nurse
really
Kim
short.
Nurse Kim calls her Polly Pocket. How short is she? I heard she wears really high heels.
She just seems tall, I guess, because of where she's standing at the stand or at the bench. But she's short in stature for sure.
Interesting.
And she was really nice. And then I realized, I was like, I'm always struggling. And I talked about this, I think, on my last live stream too. Like, I'm always struggling with like, I always have like faith in Bev to do the right thing. And I don't know why. She's always consistently giving me every reason not to, right?
Because she's wicked smart. She's really wicked. Like, she's smart. She's not stupid. She's smart.
Right.
I don't always agree with her decisions, but she's not a dumbass, right?
But right. And some of these decisions are, I mean, and it's naive to just not look at the whole situation as a whole. The fact that this case is going on now is her doing, and it shouldn't be happening. And
Right.
she knows better. If we know better, she knows better. So I'm not going to give her grace there. But the thing is that I felt like I asked myself, I was like, why did I feel so overwhelming, this overwhelming natural instinct to be nice? You know, it wasn't like I was like, oh, there she is, be nice. It wasn't like that at all. I was just going downstairs. She was coming upstairs. I was like, oh, excuse me, Judge. I'm sorry. And then she was like, oh, it's okay. And then that was it. Right. And I was like, why did I, why didn't, Will the dick, take over here?
Because you're a nice guy deep down.
What I chalked it up as was that's how much of respect I have for our American justice system. It was the robe. You know what I mean? It was, and the fact that, she's also a lady. I'm not going to just start barking stuff at some woman. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying,
right.
But it was the robe. Like it was, it still demands a respect from me, and I was relieved when I realized that. I was relieved. I was like, okay, that's a good thing. I still have faith, like moving forward after this case is over, no matter what happens, I'm still going to have that faith in that person wearing that black robe in whatever case I'm going to, you know what I mean? So that was really intense. Now, as far as the vibe goes with like, say, the families,
let's talk about jury selection. I want to talk about jury selection a little bit first.
Sure.
If you don't mind.
Sure.
So you're in that giant courtroom, which is not the courtroom where the case is tried, right? The big one, the historic one with the beautiful ceilings and the, Sacco and Vanzetti lore.
Yeah, jury selection. Yeah.
Oh, wait. I mean, I just got a news alert that the FBI is investigating a targeted terror attack in Boulder. Oh, my God.
Oh,
that's
wow.
insane. I mean, I spent a lot of time in Boulder. Okay, that's crazy. Near the mall. That's not good. Okay, I'll get to that as I can, but breaking news happens, and that's in my family group chat. So you're in the giant courtroom, and they're bringing in 50 like jurors a day, right? Approximately when you had jury selection. So where were you Are you sitting behind them? Are you sitting in front of them?
Sitting in the same place you would if the court was in session. So in the front, first two rows towards the aisle.
Did you get any vibes from like the people that were being called in, like people that just wanted to get the hell out of there, people who were anxious to serve? Were they taking it seriously?
Well, everybody, when they're first walking in, they all look like that. They all look like they don't want to be there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, but that's all I ever saw. I don't know. I didn't see anybody after they got selected. I didn't see, I didn't hear any of the questioning. It was all sidebar. There was really no reason to really be there other than to support Karen and the Reeds.
Right.
That was really the whole point.
You're good at that. Right. And Janet always has mints too. So did you wear the appropriate sleeve length? I think Kelly Reed is here somewhere. I see people shouting her out. So hi, Kelly, if you're watching, love you, girl.
Yeah, that's become the ongoing joke because of the thing with the
you thought your sleeves were too long.
It was 2020 where Karen is like, the one thing my mother hates is long sleeves. It's like her pet peeve. And I remember the first time I went into court, I had a jacket that had sleeves that were way too long. Like there are pictures and it looks silly, and then I was like, oh my God, because I was self-conscious about it the whole time. And I was like, oh my God. And then when I saw that, I was like, oh my God, it was like a nightmare, Because it wasn't Karen, it was Janet, Karen's mom. It's like, oh God, I had to sit next to her the whole time. I made it a point not to smoke cigarettes so that I wouldn't smell. I wouldn't even risk that I smell like cigarettes. You know what I mean? I wanted to just be as respectful as I could. And then, I've been there. I think this is like the 6th time I've been there. Right. And this last time, or there was a fundraiser just like maybe, I don't know, a couple months ago. And at that fundraiser, Janet was like, can I adopt you? Will you be my son? And I was like, of course, being facetious and cute and everything, and then it just became kind of an ongoing joke. And then ever since then, because she's heard me talk about the sleeves. I made it, like a thing to talk about on one of my streams. And then ever since then, she'll be like, let me see your sleeves. And then she grabs my hands and she goes, okay, you're good.
She'd probably take you to the tailor. That's how sweet she is.
She's yeah.
She'd drive you there,
Yeah.
or she'd pin it and sew it in the ladies' room for you. Tell me about, we don't know much about the jury other than they skew younger, but I'm interested in the jury pool as a whole. I'm assuming, I don't want to assume anything, forget it. Wide age range of people that were coming in, multiracial, or was it
Definitely
predominantly male, predominantly female? What were you seeing in the jury pool as a whole?
a good mix of male and female. It seems like an even enough mix. Definitely a bit of a cultural melting pot for sure.
Interesting. You mean the pool, like all the people that were called in, not necessarily selected. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Oh, you're still talking about jury selection?
Yeah, jury selection, like the people,
all
the
shapes
pool
and
of jurors
sizes,
that were
man.
called in.
Yeah. All shapes and sizes. Yeah, for sure. Like the jury that there is now is, it's definitely culturally diverse, and it's definitely for the most part, I would say significantly younger than the last jury as far as generally speaking. It's definitely younger. So Annie and I were kind of, bouncing off of that, because she feels like that Allesie's like, for instance, for example, Allesie's manner of arguing and being very technical and being so thorough, there's more of a chance of losing that jury with that.
Really?
Right. She feels that way. I respectfully disagree. I'm not saying that I disagree with her, that she's wrong. I'm saying that I don't necessarily worry about it. I think that the younger generations that go on and on are at least book smart. Like, you're not going to lose them in something like that. You know what I mean? You might lose them when it comes to, causes and things that actually matter. But
I think they understand technology much better.
Exactly. So when you're talking about things like phone data and things like that are going to seem like, just a completely different language to me, hearing Allesie explain it and be as thorough as he does, and with the witnesses, because I mean, Allesie has a way, if he can get your attention, he has mine. He has a way of explaining during cross-examination what the witness is failing to do, and that method, I feel, is very effective, because the jury is going, why are we hearing this from the defense attorney and not the witness who's called up there to be an expert? So to me, I think those things are very apparent. So I'm not as worried about that aspect as Annie would be.
I feel like younger,
but I don't feel right saying that without her being able to be up here and be like, nah, this is, you know what I'm saying? Because
I watched your show. I watched the show that you guys did together from the bar or the restaurant, wherever you did it from. It was after court one day. And she said that she thought that the jury was maybe like 70% of the 18, there's 18 people. Yeah, 9 women and 9 men. 70% were maybe under 40. I think that's what she said.
That's fair. I'd say at least 60. Yeah.
And I feel like that generation they don't trust the police as much as like my grandparents would, like the police can do no wrong. Like, they are more skeptical of the police.
That too. Right.
I feel like they understand where I'm lost in all this text stream data and these spreadsheets. And I'm like, somebody explain this to me like I'm 5, because I just don't get it. They grew up learning this stuff in elementary school. Right. I mean, they were born, with iPhones practically, a lot of these people. And so they understand that you can change the time and date on text messages. They understand all of the things that you can do inside of your iPhone, and they understand the tech, I think, a lot more than an older generation would. And so I think that is going to be good for the defense. And a lot of them, I think, may also be able, they've dealt with maybe narcissists more than, you know, when we were younger, we might not have known what narcissists were. They just, became a thing like within the Instagram,
At the same time, there's the fear that everybody's a narcissist to them too.
That too. That
You know
too.
what I
But
mean?
I think that they can see certain behaviors in people, like perhaps the prosecutor, that they may be like, oh, this guy's a jerk. Like he just thinks he's right all the time. Like he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. And they're not going to fall for his BS of, the way he treats the witnesses and stuff.
Right. No. Yeah. Brennan, I mean, the thing is I love that you're making that point, because overall, a younger person is going to be quicker to catch somebody being combative. Like, who's the attacker? Who's being attacked here?
Right.
And clearly Brennan is the aggressor. Like he's being aggressive, but he's not bringing facts behind them.
Mm-hmm.
When the defense becomes aggressive, it's once they've proven a point with evidence that the jury can't deny that they just saw, and then they slip their jabs in there, but
or they become aggressive when a witness simply just won't answer the question, and they become so combative, like we saw Shannon with one in Burgess and Welchure. Like these guys wouldn't answer a question. It was like pulling teeth.
It was right. Yeah, Welchure was the most frustrating witness I've ever seen sitting on the stand in my life. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I didn't even think it was possible.
Yeah, it was insane. And it took forever. And I mean, we've been here for, it was 23 days, the prosecution's case. Thank you, Angie. Yeah. Shout out to your son, Ashton. Hi, Ashton. He's 7 years old. And he's a huge Free Karen Reed fan, North Carolina. Oh, nice. She says, my son hears me watch you guys all the time. He said, Mel looks like Karen Reed and Will looks like dad. Oh, you look like his dad. You look like his dad. Thanks, Bill Ashton, Reed, for watching us.
Okay, then.
I guess it's not past your bedtime yet because it's only 6:30.
Yeah.
He became very combative, I thought, Welchure. And I think there are a lot of things.
He was combative the whole time.
Yeah.
The whole time he was being crossed, and he was and he was being super fake during direct. And right away at cross, like immediately he's like, I don't think we've been formally introduced. Like really that didn't come off as being polite. It came off as being arrogant. I don't care who you are. Like there's no way the majority of that jury didn't see that as absolutely arrogant.
And what I thought was so interesting is that there had already been the point made during, I forget whose testimony it was, Buchanan, I think, when they went to interview Julie and Chris Albert. And the report about their interview says, after formal introductions, we proceeded to interview them. And, he was crossed on, isn't it true that Michael Proctor knew them? Why would you need formal introductions? Like, we've been laughing about the formal introductions for a year and a half or longer. And now this guy's like, oh, we haven't been formally introduced, before Allesie even said a word. Allesie literally was up there with his remarkable pad, which I just found out what that thing is, by the way. I'm obsessed with it. He's up there, he puts the stuff down on the podium, and he just looks to him like he's about to say hello and introduce himself. And the guy butts oh, I'm sorry, what's your name? Not a great look for a guy who's being paid a couple $100,000 to be there.
It caught Allesie off guard. You could tell she's like, okay, nice to meet you. All right, well,
yeah.
Let's get into this.
Okay, you reap what you sow, dude. Ready, set, go.
And to see him get under Bob's skin like that really made me mad. Like it really made me mad. Like I almost took it personally. And it was because when you see somebody, that's the thing about gaslighting, right? And I'm not misusing the term. That's the thing about gaslighting is the thing about gaslighting is the point is that nobody else catches it, right? Point is it fools everybody in the room, everyone watching. That's the whole point of it, right? So, but when you're somebody who does catch it, and you're somebody with some sense of integrity, it's going to infuriate you when you see it. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's totally what happened. And I was watching Welcher, Bev, and Brennan collectively gaslight Bob Allesie at that moment, where he was, and then when he realized it, you can watch him realize it, and then he pulls it together. He's like, I see what's happening here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Were you
Like,
in the courtroom? You were in the courtroom that day?
No.
Oh, okay.
This was just the other day. Yeah. This was just.
The days are all blending together.
Yeah, no, I get you. I feel you.
And they did show Allesie a little bit more on camera that day than they have ever been showing the attorneys. Usually they're focused on the witness. And, you know, I like to watch the wheels turn in his head because you can see that. You can see that happening with him. And he's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting this trial. A lot of it.
The thing is he strikes me as the kind of personality that it's in his nature to do it. They're just letting him do it. They're giving him the ball and letting him run in these things. They're like, okay, do it. Like, he's the kind of guy, I joke about it, but I don't think it's much of an exaggeration, but it is a joke that I say. I'm like, okay, look at this. This guy just became a phone data expert over the weekend.
Right.
Like, that's kind of how he is. Like, Bob Allesie is the dopest human being alive.
Well, yeah, you met him. I haven't met him. So tell me.
Times.
He's like, first of all, he's like a super genius. I heard he barely sleeps. He sleeps like an hour and a half a night, I think. That's what they tell me. He eats cereal out of a bag.
Like, if we're sitting out here talking, like, he'll fall asleep for about 30 seconds and then wake up and still be in the conversation. That's how he is. He's like, he sleeps in increments. he's like a freaking fairy tale. I'm trying to tell you, dude. He's this guy. I don't know what happened. First of all, like, we go to this fundraiser and he just hypes everyone. Once he gives this speech, everyone is on their feet cheering. He has a way with the room, right? Then we just we started talking about like, I think I was just standing next to him and his daughter, and then I asked her, I was like, what is your diet like? Because I'm always trying to lose my gut and I never can.
Love her, by the way. Love her.
Yeah,
she's like, she's going to be my best friend. She doesn't know yet, but Laura Allesie, are you watching?
Yeah.
Love her so much.
She's awesome. Yeah. So, you know, and they're already telling me what I already know. I'm just like being an idiot, you know, because I'm like, I'm just hoping to hear something that I haven't tried yet and that I'm willing to do. But the bottom line is the problem is me. You know what I mean? That's what it boils down to. But anyway, I'm talking about losing belly fat. The problem is me.
All right. You're talking about about the
so I realize this.
Let me just thank the Goodmans and also Cupcakes en masse. Thank you so much for gifting 5. And the Goodmans are here and they're gifting 1. Thank you.
Yeah. And I realize this as we're talking, and then, you know, Bob starts talking to me about it, and he's like shows me his abs, dude. And he's shredded. Like,
is it true that he's 67? Or am I spreading a rumor?
My next question to him was, how old are you? He goes, 67. Like, he says it like 67, as he should. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, as he should, right? And then we were just talking, and that's how we ended up posing, because somebody overheard us talking about it, and then they were like, make a muscle, and then we posed for the picture.
Make a muscle.
Kept talking, and
here's all the muscles, people. Here's all the muscles.
Yeah, that dude is just the nicest, and like he is a set of encyclopedias of information. So, and he's always helpful. Like, if you're talking about something and he's in that conversation, he's going to have likely the answer to it and tell you what to do. And it's coming from a place of always wanting to be helpful. You know, it's just how he is. Yeah. And yes, he pulled out a bag at a party where everyone was drinking. He pulls out a Ziploc bag. Cause I asked him, like, what do you eat? He's like, I eat all the time, the time. And I was like, yeah, okay. And I figured he just, you know, like, my brother's kind of like that, you know, because he
grazing.
Feels like I have to eat, you know, but he's always moving, you know, like, he's always moving.
Right.
So it makes sense to keep his metabolism at his age fast. So he's always eating. And so, like, he straight up pulled out a Ziploc bag with dry cereal and got milk, and then put some in the Ziploc bag and with a plastic spoon while we were all talking.
That's genius. Going
to town on a Ziploc bag of cereal, dog. Like,
First of all, I love cereal, so I can totally relate to that. But I never thought
so
to put
cool.
it in a Ziploc and then it would hold the milk in. I guess if it's a real Ziploc, like a good one.
Oh, they do,
and
man.
you got to have healthy snacks. Like every mom knows. Every mom always has
one's
like a
not
million snacks in her bag.
my bag of ice isn't even dripping, dude. You know what I mean?
Look at that. Well done.
Yeah.
Well done. Oh, look at this. We have a special guest backstage.
Uh-oh.
Did you want to finish the thought before we let him come in here and take over?
No, I just showed off my Ziploc bag. I'm good.
All right, you guys. Imagine how much fun this is going to be. I introduced you, our friend and yours. He's still upset about the Celtics, but I think he's going to be okay. Mr. Attorney Mark Bederow.
Oh my goodness.
How much fun is this?
Work tonight, so.
Well, you heard right, my friend.
How are you?
You always find your way there wherever the cool kids are.
I just go where they send me.
Exactly, man. It's where the world takes you. It's a natural order of things, my friend.
I go where they send me. How are you? I understand you have a clipped wing or something.
Oh,
don't say the word clipped, please. Do not say the word clipped on this channel. Thank you very much. No, he wasn't clipped. He hurt himself in a not very exciting way.
Yeah. I wish I had a cool story for it, but you know.
Story?
Yeah,
he has a bum knee.
There was I mean, dude, what else am I supposed to do? I see a burning school bus full of kittens and orphans. I run over to it, and then I tripped and fell, and I couldn't make it, and they all died.
That's a good story.
Yeah. No, I locked myself out of my house. I had to jump a fence. I landed wrong, hurt my knee. That's it. It's
Yeah, that's not a very good story. When I years ago when I destroyed my ankle, I really wanted to have a skydiving type story or some kind of great injury, and it was shoveling snow in the driveway and slipping on ice.
It's not always cool. It sounds cool and like on the surface, you know, but if it's a Brennan case, you know what I mean? You got to dig deep, you know, like I broke my ankle in a bar fight, but it's not that cool of a story because I was trying to figure out why a fight was about to start. The dude that my friend punched in the face ended up landing on me. I thought he was attacking me, so I wrestled him to the ground, and as I wrestled him to the ground, I broke my knee or my ankle, and yeah. So I got my friend's leftovers. Not as cool of a story, but if I just left it as I got in a bar fight, you know. Okay.
I don't know. I saw a picture of you, and I thought he's got a walking stick. I'm like, this is very. We've entered the philosophical Will stage of life. I thought it was just kind of a.
It was not a fashion statement. Trust me, it was quite uncomfortable and inconvenient. Pure hell, actually. It's quite painful.
Melanie, did you watch the finale?
Did you need surgery or anything? Oh, sorry.
I hope not. But
do you guys know how to turn off super chats? Because I don't know how to do it, and I want to turn them off.
It's whatever you can do, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn them off, or just know that you're in. Oh wait, fan funding. What is this? Oh, I can screenshot these, but I don't know how to turn them off. I love you guys, but just hold off on super chats until later, or just know that if you do send them, I'm not going to read them until the end of the show because Mark is here, and that's the rules. If somebody can tell me how to shut them off, I will, and I'll just screenshot these. But did I watch the finale of Handmaid's Tale? Yes, I did. Did you?
I did. Was it?
It wasn't great. It wasn't great.
Kind of flat.
I was talking about that the other day. I said, it was like, what was the best finale of all time, series finale on television? And people were saying MASH. People were saying Mad Men.
Greatest
but I didn't think it was. I hear they're doing a spin-off now.
Breaking Bad. That's easy.
Well, Breaking Bad is usually the best everything, whatever you ask. But
right.
I mean, the end of Breaking Bad was great, of course, but the last few episodes were the best TV ever. I mean,
people say Friends.
Like
West Wing.
I'm about to start the West Wing, I think.
Oh, it's great.
Really? Yeah, like I keep meaning to, and I start it, and then like I get distracted by something. You know what? Oh, while we're on the subject of shows, both y'all need to watch Mobland on Paramount, dude. Like if you are not,
everybody keeps saying that.
Yeah,
it just wrapped up the season, man. It's good. Yeah,
I just watched Friends and Neighbors on Apple TV. Have you watched that?
Is that John Hamm?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just saw it, and I'm like, there's a show with John Hamm that I don't know about. I have to start it immediately. Is it good?
Olivia Munn, Amanda Peet, good cast. Yeah, no, I like that.
Oh, so some hot chicks too, not just John Hamm.
Yeah, there's plenty to go around for everyone in terms of eye candy. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, it's a good show. I mean, it's not the best you've ever seen, but it's pretty good. And John Hamm is great.
I love him. He's into Landman. Was he Landman or Tulsa King? Why can't I think of it now? One of those two.
Alone.
Dude, you know what's gangster as hell? You know what's gangster
Landman.
as hell?
He's in Landman.
Is that
really
there's like 7,000 people, free care and readers in here, and we're talking about TV, dog.
I know.
Like, that's gangster.
Sometimes we need to pivot a little bit, or we will. If we weren't all crazy, we'd all go insane, as the great Jimmy Buffett once said.
John Hamm is really good. Did you see? You watch Fargo, the TV?
Don Draper.
Yeah, the Fargo TV show is good.
The TV series, not the movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He was really freaking creepy, but great as a corrupt sheriff in Fargo. He was like really good.
He was so good.
Who are we talking about? Billy Bob?
John Hamm.
Oh, John Hamm. Oh, yeah. That's the one season I don't think I even got through.
Yeah.
That's the best one.
Yeah, and his son and sidekick is Steve Harrington from Stranger Things.
Okay.
Which is coming. Did you see the preview for the Stranger Things? I don't know if you're into that stuff. I am.
God,
I like Stranger Things, but it's not one that I've been like anticipating a new season for.
Ozark.
When it's on, I've watched it. I'm caught up on it.
Ozark finale was up there too. Ozark was a great show. Love that show.
We're Stranger Things dorks in my house, big time. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I say we're in the upside down, so there's your segue.
Yeah.
All right,
let's talk about. And here's what I thought would be a good thing for us to talk about, because I went on, the lawyer, as you did, Mark, a couple of times, and Peter tried to make me think like outside the box, which I like because I'm very single thread on this. Like John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Car did not hit John O'Keefe. You're not going to convince me otherwise, ever. However, he said, okay, what would the prosecution have to convince you of in order to make you change your mind? And I thought that was a great question, but that's not the question I want to ask you. What I want to ask you both is, what do you think are the best parts of the prosecution's case so far? What do you think, if you were in a jury room and you wanted to convince the rest of the jurors that Karen Read was guilty, what do you think their best evidence of that was, if anything? But you kind of have to pick something.
Jesus.
Who wants to go first? I know. I don't know what I'm going to say.
I'm letting you go, Mark. I'm letting you go.
So you mean in terms of evidence that the jury has? So not
what they've heard up
the
to
prosecution
now.
is
Prosecution's
presented.
Case in chief, yeah.
The most compelling.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess first of all, I think there's an asterisk next to it because I don't think any of it's really been compelling in any way. But I think, believe it or not, I think some of those video clips, but again, I don't find them that impressive. But if you're trying to argue that she was drunk driving and had to know where he was and all of these things, then I suppose these out of context, mid-sentence, 30-second snippets of this and that. But I mean, if that's your best evidence, it kind of raises the larger point, which is, what are we doing here? Because that's not very good. What else? There must be.
You got anything, Will?
I mean, well, actually, real quick, maybe the idea that there wasn't that much impact in One Meadows, even though there was impact, damage. I'm not sure that does much for me either, but I think that at least, sorry about that, but at least when he was testifying about that, it sounded sciencey a little bit, lasers and pictures and things that sounded a little kind of science.
Which witness are you talking about?
Welchure. I mean, again, I'm trying to look at this in a light most favorable to them. Like, for example, I think when he
and you picked Welchure?
Yeah, because he's such a dick. I think they're just going to be turned off by his style. I don't know, in my opinion, but
it's only the portion that related to John O'Keefe's house. At least it sounded more sciencey than the real important part of his opinion, which sounded like finger painting. So I other than that, I don't know. I guess the clips.
Well,
I'm gonna have to agree that it's the clips, because it's Karen Reed herself, and she sounds so confident and talking about the incident and her memory of it, but doesn't seem remorseful. We know why she doesn't seem remorseful, but the jury doesn't. You know what I mean? So that definitely is an issue. Now, if I'm looking at the more, I mean, because at the end of the day, it's not evidence. You know what I mean? Like, I agree. Of course, I agree with Mark. It's not evidence. I mean, if that's all he's got, then it's not saying much. But on the shallowest side of things, Whiffin's testimony, because he at least sounded like he knew what he was talking about, and he's got that English accent. You know what I mean? And that can play. But like I said, that's on the shallowest end of things.
The problem with Whiffin, though, and I agree. I mean, he certainly sounded professional as opposed to Welchure, who, I mean, I tweeted this. It's actually the most liked tweet I've ever had in my life, believe it or not. But I simply said that he was the most insufferable expert I've ever seen. I mean, just his demeanor on cross was the worst. But Whiffin, I mean, he said, I can't exclude that he went in the house. I can't exclude that he left the area of the flagpole. There is evidence that he took steps towards
the house.
You also have the timeline with other people that indicated that, the accident might have come before the phone was finished being used. He, as far as like the 227 or not search, he did indicate that, look, that was my own program. And there's another one that's every bit as reputable in the community, the Axiom thing. That doesn't agree with me. So I don't, even though he came off it much better sounding and looking, I don't think from an evidentiary standpoint, given the burden of proof, he did very much for them.
No,
I agree. I think the most damaging thing, I'll just say mine real quick before I move on to, before you guys finish talking, before I forget what I'm going to say. The most damaging thing to me, again, Karen's clips, and that this is, none of that was evidence that they found in their investigation. This is self-inflicted evidence, which I know that we're in agreement on, that perhaps she should not have done these interviews. But especially the one where she said, I might have had 9 drinks. And I think there may be people on the jury who have an inherent bias towards drunk driving. And we know that there's no standalone drunk driving charge. And we know that she didn't drink them all, and she put them down, and she had a shot, and who knows, it. And I just think maybe, just maybe, there could be one who can't get past that. And again, like Ronnie, the juror, was like, oh, he was drunk, she was drunk. Or he told us that somebody thought he was drunk, she was drunk. They were both there. She must have done something to him.
One of the things that's interesting about the clips, they obviously saved the one for last, where she said, what if I accidentally did this? And, my lawyer, I'm paraphrasing, of course, my lawyer said,
he didn't look mortally wounded, that one.
Right. And where like my lawyer basically told me, then you could have culpability. Again, I'm paraphrasing. Yeah. That clip is troubling in another way for error. What if David doesn't agree with that in terms of what happens?
Right.
And he could theoretically feel, I'm not saying he would, I don't think they'll do this, but what if he felt compelled that he had to testify about that and say, that's actually not accurate. That's, she's wrong. I'm not trying to discredit her, calling her a liar, but, that's not my recollection of what she said. And it was very different. And it was much more just less offensive. It didn't come out that way. The judge has potentially put this in a situation where the lawyer could, in theory, feel obligated to testify, which in the middle of trial, that's not good. Can't have that. I don't know why the judge allowed that portion of that to come in weighing the balance, especially when she did use common sense earlier about when the DA was trying to get evidence of piercing the privilege over, a ticky-tack violation allegedly of attorney-client privilege. But in this instance, she just let it fly. You know what? If Karen came in second, I don't think she will, but if she did, that's one of those things to put, an asterisk next to for mistake. That was.
Do you think that if don't you think though that would open the door to like all of her attorney-client communications? Like, because now we're really crossing over a very dangerous line.
Yeah.
I just think that the concern is, what if he wants to testify and just say that's not what she said? Like, that's not what I said. That's
not what I told her.
Has it wrong. Remember Roger Clemens' famous, she misremembered, whatever it is. And you'd have a mess. I'm a lawyer. I'm an advocate. Now I'm a witness. How can I represent her? It's just very messy. And I'm just surprised that she would allow that in weighing, the probative value, prejudice, all that kind of stuff.
Will, were you in court when they played any of the clips?
Yeah. I don't remember which ones.
Do you remember? Did you look at the jury for reaction? Do you remember any? Did you see any reaction? What did you notice?
Not much. I didn't get the impression that the jury's very impressed by them. I feel like I really, the most optimistic thing that I'm thinking when it comes to this jury is giving them the benefit of the doubt of being the kind of Bostonians that I generally meet. There's this general thing with Bostonians where it's really hard to BS them. They've got a radar on that, and you've got a jury full of Bostonians. And Brennan is putting on a show. So hopefully you have some common sense people here, the majority of them, where they're like, look. Like, we were expecting the defense to put on a show here, but really we're seeing a lot of show from the prosecution, not much evidence, a lot of show from the defense, but evidence. We're seeing the prosecution's witnesses fall apart one by one by this defense. And it's not like they're denying things, but they're lying. And they're admitting to some of the things that to the things that make them look the most like they're liars. Do you know what I mean?
And they're getting caught in their lies.
Right,
it's not just that we know that we're lying, that they're lying because we watched season 1. It's that they're getting caught on the stand in their lies, which is hell a lot worse.
Yeah. So I'm still in a very optimistic place when I'm seeing it, because the jury's definitely attentive, and the jury's definitely, the second that Allesie stands up, the jury has more attention than either Lally or Brennan. Now the second that Alan Jackson stands up there, they are hyper focused, simply because of, you had Alan Jackson crossing Jen McCabe the way that he did. That's unforgettable. You know what I mean? That's something that is going to stick to the jury's minds. And so every time Alan Jackson got up there, the jury was like, okay, ready to write stuff down and leaning forward, and it was interesting, wild to see. Yeah, wild to watch.
Interesting. I love, King David is my king. David Unetti's my king. King David, I call him. I love to hear him argue on Friday. I haven't seen enough of him. He needs more FaceTime. Just my suggestion.
David Unetti is to me, I call him the cerebral ninja, because he's the nicest guy, but as you're talking and as you're answering one of his questions, he's already in your brain slicing you up. You don't see him. He's already sliced you up. It's over. You don't see him. And then, and he's always, oh yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
He's never mean. Yeah. He's never, we haven't seen him be mean, right?
Yeah. He's awesome. Yeah. David Unetti is just as charismatic as Alan Jackson, just as within his own style. For sure. Same with Allesie.
Yeah. Oh, so the vibe inside the courtroom this time, because Mark, have you been in the courtroom at all?
Nope.
So Will, what was the vibe like in the courtroom? It seems like they're a lot more strict this year with policing the gallery.
Oh yeah, for sure. That was really bizarre too, because all of the bailiffs are really, really nice. Like honestly, they're really
Eugenia
really
is my favorite. I call her out every day.
Nice. Like at one moment I started to doze off, and Annie nudged me, and I started to nod off, and Annie nudged me, and then this younger bailiff came over and he handed me a bottle of water. He was like, "This will help," and he was right. Like, you have something in your hand, you're twisting the cap, you're drinking it keeps you up. So I was like, cool, and really nice. And then Nan, I have this ongoing joke with Nan, right? Where she's always writing everything down. So like, just to like mess with her, when somebody says something, I go, jot that down. It's just to troll her.
In trouble for talking.
And then I did that. I just went, jot that. It was kind of like the Pez dispenser situation in Seinfeld. Remember that? Like, I basically put a Pez dispenser on her notepad, and then she went, it said something very quietly. It was like 2 syllables. And that young dude came over and was like, "Stop talking," like loud, like, hey, and yeah, it was crazy. And I was like, okay.
Did they have to separate you? Separate you too? No. It's interesting what you said before when you bumped into the judge on the staircase, but you saw her and you were like, "Hey, Judge, what's up?" And you were wondering if she knows who you are. Let me just tell you that when Mark and I were in court last year,
who you are. Yep.
We got a little talking to at lunchtime because she knew exactly who we were. And that was still the prosecution's case in chief, right, Mark? I remember it was June 14th. It was Flag Day, and Trooper Paul was on the stand.
Yeah.
It was all loudly all day, and we had trouble staying awake too, because remember they kept turning off the lights and it was hot. And
you might have had trouble. Somebody sent me pictures of
were you snoring?
Yeah.
That was you snoring?
No, but I might have.
I was so scared. I was so scared to ask Annie if I was snoring because I was afraid of getting yelled at by homie. So I had to wait the whole time. I'm all uncomfortable. And then I asked Annie, was I snoring? And she was like, no. And I was like,
every time I started to fall asleep, Mr. Reed would hand me Tic Tacs and nudge me.
We were sitting on opposite sides of the Reeds, you and I. Yeah.
Mr. Reed is the Tic Tac and Altoid Santa Claus, man.
Mrs. Reed even gave me a seat cushion. Okay.
Yes.
They bring seat cushions because that bench is like sitting on a church pew. It's like torturous if you're there all day on your back. She gave me a seat cushion. She's so lovely. I love them so much. They're America's parents right now.
Totally. And Kelly last time had a big Ziploc bag full of like individually wrapped like Lifesaver mints, and like I had a bunch of them.
But aren't they getting mad at people for eating this year? Like no eating in the courtroom? Didn't they smack some people down?
They let you have mints.
You
can't chew gum, but they let you have mints.
Were the O'Keefes in the courtroom when you were there? They were not there when we were there, right, Mark?
Peggy was.
Paul O'Keefe was there when we were there. I'm not sure if John O'Keefe's parents were. I don't remember, to tell you the truth.
I do, because I was sitting in the seat that would have been right next to her, like gallery to gallery. She wasn't there. And so if they were there, Will, do you think they knew who you were? Did they give you any no. dirty eyeball stares, or they
no dirty
side eye you or anything? Or
there was
did you feel uncomfortable?
No, not at all. And there was one girl who seemed kind of younger. I don't know who she was. But she kept stealing looks, and and then I noticed her mostly because when they were showing pictures of John and explaining, it was the Dr. Wolf who was testifying in direct.
Other Dr. Wolf, right?
The other Dr. Wolf, not ARCA Dr. Wolf, but
brain surgeon
Dr. Wolf, not pathologist, excuse me.
Right.
Brain surgeon Dr. Wolf. And she was crying, and I felt bad. I
oh, that's so sad.
And Peggy O'Keefe always leaves the room when that's taking place. But I tried not to look at them too much. I was more focused on the jury. And Dr. Wolf himself is pretty captivating. I'm not gonna lie. Like he had my attention. That dude was like, Yeah, Mister, I make coffee for a cappuccino for my wife every morning. Blah blah blah. Full head of hair. I mean, the dude was,
He
was
had Rat Pack vibes. Like, can't you picture him
totally.
being Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr.'s doctor back in like
100%
in the 50s, and just
treating gunshot wounds.
Yeah.
Going through, a pack of Lucky Strikes a night and drinking.
Sitting at the Copacabana, right? In a round booth, getting it done, like working the room. Totally. But
yeah, he was
his testimony was not good for the Commonwealth at all, I didn't think.
No.
He gave a alternative hypothesis of a possible accidental slip and fall, which
a drunken slip and fall,
which comes right after the medical examiner.
He seemed to push it. He seemed to push that, didn't he?
But it came right after the medical examiner basically said I couldn't differentiate between accident and homicide. That was all, once again, due to being prompted by a prosecutor who was probably trying to be too clever by half, because he really wanted to hone in on the hard ground, and he knew that the doctor originally was from Minnesota, which of course is, the ice capital of America, basically.
Right. Ice fishing, even.
It's like, grumpy old men, right? They ice fish.
Fargo. Isn't that where Fargo is? Well,
Fargo's North Dakota, but yeah, same idea. Yeah. But, when that morphed into, like, how many times have I seen, drunk dudes who slip and fall? And, not to suggest that's literally what happened here, but, John O'Keefe was intoxicated and he had an injury that was consistent with that, which is consistent with an accident. And, oh, by the way, he had some kind of eye injury that did not come from smashing the back of his head on the ground. So, that's a net loss for the prosecution just for those two reasons alone.
The one good part of his testimony, I thought, for the prosecution, the only good part for them, is that he did indicate that there was no depression in the back, in the skull fracture. So it could not have come from a swing from a baseball bat or another, like a pipe. There was something that smashed him in the back of the head with force that would have caused a depressive skull fracture. So yeah, he could have been punched from the front and fell backwards, and sure, that could happen, onto something like, maybe, I don't know, a weight rack, let's just say, for example, that could cause that. It wouldn't cause the depressive skull fracture because there wasn't enough force behind it with the bat.
I feel like he was pretty adamant that it would have to be something that was flat, so it wouldn't have been something with an edge. He was pretty adamant that that wound would only come from something flat. That's why I found it weird that he specified the ground. Like, he was like, that comes from hitting the ground. And I was just like, well, wait a second. Like, that, how do you know that he hit the ground? I mean, I get that you're a brain doctor and everything, and you probably see
live people,
but a cricket bat couldn't have done that. You know what I'm saying? Like, something flat that would have crossed. I mean, so I immediately, when I was there, like, and that's one of the times where I went and jot that down to Nan, because I was like, how does he know the ground? You know what I mean? Like, why would he just outright say the ground so specifically?
You know what's interesting though? Like, so, juries remember the most memorable part of these kinds of things, especially when there's so many witnesses. And, with this guy, what are you remembering most about him? I mean, I think what you're remembering most is drunks falling down and smashing their head on the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the takeaway. And
his hair, man, like his hair, dude.
And the cappuccino making for the wife was nice. Right. 4 brain surgeries tomorrow. And
he was very unique. It's like the same way with like the medical examiner. What do you remember? I can't tell you it's a homicide, but the injuries to me don't jibe with car accident. When you look at all their experts, you look at Burgess, what do you remember? Liar about his resume.
Yeah.
Bite versus bits, had to change his opinion. I mean, that's what you're remembering. And with Welchure, what are you remembering? You're remembering 2 things. Guy was a dick, number 1.
Number 1.
That's number 1. And number 2 was his idea.
It's number 2 and 3. Let's say what you're about to say is number 4. Go ahead. Sorry.
Is, putting paint all over him and, dressing up as a John O'Keefe cosplay.
Yeah, that was weird, dude. That was weird.
But even when he did that, if he was going to say that I did that for a legitimate scientific reason to recreate every possible variable of body weight and clothes, when he did the experiment, he wasn't even wearing the hoodie. He was wearing, so which tells you that that was a farce. That was just a stunt, because it clearly couldn't have had any scientific value if he took that off. And then the other thing he did, I said this last night with Kim, when you watch his experiment, if that's what you're calling it, when he kind of bumps into the car, whether you believe he's leaning in or not, never mind the fact he's like 25 miles an hour off, never mind that he says, I don't know where it's coming from or how or what. I mean, you know, never mind the science portion of this. But when he does this cheesy little experiment, when the car makes impact at 2 miles an hour, what does he do? He lunges forward. John O'Keefe went backwards. I mean, I think that above everything else tells you that that little experiment was as unscientific as it can get. And it was just, I mean, it was silly.
It was counter-scientific. I mean, if there was such a thing.
So I think that's what you remember most about him. And so like all of the main points that you remember with their so-called powerful scientific witnesses, you're not remembering them for good things.
I mean, first of all, that's what you get for $325,000. And the only other thing I remember about him is that his father told him not to be a doctor. He could have been a doctor, but he didn't become a doctor because my father was a doctor. And he told me not to be one.
Another reason too. I mean, first of all, that was clearly contrived and really cringe, and it didn't land because it's not his personality. You're not funny, you're not witty. But on direct, look what he did. He tried to be funny, he tried to be witty, he tried to connect. He was aw shucks with the person asking him questions, and then on cross-examination, he just morphed into insufferable jerk for the sake of just being that way.
Right.
And
his poor sense of humor was offensive in and of itself.
I think any juror can see when you change demeanor from direct to cross that, contrary to what you just said on direct, which is telling us that you clearly have no dog in the fight, you obviously do. Oh, we forgot one other thing he said too, for being a scientist, that it's possible the car could have just taken off and, flown away.
Yeah. Into space. It could have just rocketed into space.
That vignette that he did, though, it's really indicative of what a jerk he is, because he played that out. Okay. And when Bob challenged him, like, wait a minute, he played along. He should have just said, obviously, that's absurd, but you get my point. We, as an engineer, we don't eliminate things. But no, he said, because everything's possible. Everything's possible. And you run the risk of jurors literally saying, this whack job is actually telling me that he literally can't exclude anything and that he's not a serious scientist.
Well, after he said, I don't care, at least twice during his testimony. I don't care. I got no dog in this fight.
This when he does it. He's like, I mean, it's possible. I
got no dog in this fight. I don't care. I don't care. Like, dude, there's a woman sitting at that table who's facing life in prison. You're testifying in a murder trial. You should care. You should at least care that your experiment at least has some merit.
You've probably had as much experience in engaging experts, probably more than I have in the kind of stuff that you did. What's interesting is when he says, I have no dog in the fight, their fee structure is really weird. Okay. They got a tiny retainer, a pittance. And then they don't get paid until almost the eve of trial, and they get the mother load. And, some people would say, that's for, you gave us what we need, what we expected, and we kind of held it back, and we know where you're going, and you're going to be on board, and here's, a hunk of cash. And that's just not how they're normally paid.
I think maybe they had to push it into the next fiscal year, budget-wise. Maybe that's why.
And I love that I get to talk to the two of you guys about this, because the first thing that I realized and remembered and like made note of when he was talking about that. So, okay, he's the senior VP of Aperture, right? He signed the contract as far as what goes on between the payment between Aperture and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, right? There's no way that you're going to ever tell me that on any planet that the senior VP didn't know what was in that contract. I mean, the price, the negotiated price that's agreed upon is going to be in the contract. Isn't that what the contract is for?
Yeah.
So
and also you're prepped on it.
Right.
They always ask the question, how much
So
were you
you're going to
paid?
tell me that the senior VP, you're going to tell me he wasn't in the room when they negotiated the agreed upon price? Come on. And then he signed the contract, but no, that's the billing department. I have nothing to do with that. Dude, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You're a liar.
Right.
I'm here to tell you that when Burgess testified that he on his own decided to go back and reevaluate his data in the middle of trial, and his testimony was, so I called Brennan after I had done the work, meaning, you know, they get paid for their work. The lawyer is always going to, you know, authorize in advance, and especially when you have a report, you're on trial, you like, oh, I don't want to hear this. Don't do anything. Stop. But there's something else going on, and that's just like firm politics. If you think that a low-level nobody in the firm anyway, like Burgess, would on his own call Brennan, do the work, and say, I did it without consulting Welchure as the engaging partner, if you will, and supervisor in that firm, there's no way. I mean, because they have to run a business, and that's bad behavior. Okay. Mm-hmm. What if they're going to fire us? You screwed up. They don't want to do this. It's bad. And so somebody like Welchure would be thinking about this, not about this case, but about making money, saying, who the hell are you to do your own work when we were engaged to do this, and have the gall to just start changing data and call the DA and say this, and you don't tell me as the, you know, in essence, engaged expert, the name expert, if you will, and you do this without telling me, and now you're going to impact my work, my credibility. I'm telling you that it would never happen like that in the real business world. And that's what Welcher's more concerned about, is the firm, or he should be after this for sure, more than the actual result of the trial is the firm's reputation. And the way they handle this is exactly the opposite of how these kinds of people, any kind of professional organization, would do it.
If there's a board for the Aperture, they should be voting to push him out. If to have any chance for their reputation to be saved after this. This was what he did was disgusting and blatant in front of the entire world. I mean, I'm sorry.
Did you know that he sold his company to Aperture in 2019 for $270 million? So Dr. Welchure, Mr. Welchure, he doesn't care. He's got the most dangerous person is a person who has nothing to lose. He could care less. The guy's got $270 million in the bank.
That's a good point.
So that I'm like, why would this guy be tanking his company? He doesn't care. He sold his company to them. He got bought out. He, you know, and he still apparently works. He doesn't need to, I guess, but he still does. And
he likes that money.
Yeah. So I had that, and then somebody in the chat looked it up that we found the buy. You know, I mean, it's a real thing. So. And their biggest customer, Aperture, is municipalities. So people were saying, "Oh, it's so crazy. They sponsor the Massachusetts Massachusetts Bar Association dinner." It's really not. I mean, those are their clients, right?
Yeah,
if
I
they
didn't get into that too
get
much.
hired by municipalities with unlimited budgets, that's a great business model for them. So, you know, they probably do work for all different states, and they probably sponsor all the golf outings and all of the bar association dinners because they got a lot of money. And they make a lot of money off of them.
It's scary because, I mean, how many other cases is this happening in?
I don't know. Unless they were sponsoring the Massachusetts bar dinner as an outlier, that means nothing to me, because I'm sure, you know, they're a California company. I'm sure they're doing California stuff. Texas.
They have lots of offices. They have like 13 offices, he said. They're everywhere.
A little overplayed as a big deal, because that's how it works in the real world.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a big deal. Yeah.
That's part of their marketing budget. I mean, that's what they do. People buy tables at charitable events and things because they get exposure, and they wine and dine and mingle. And I mean, that's how the real world works. That didn't offend me too much.
I personally loved him hugging the crash test dummy before dropping him on the floor. That was one of the highlights for me.
It was a little weird. It was a little interesting contact with the crash test dummy. Yeah.
And there's actually, and I posted it on X, like he lied about the fact that it's funny, Allesie cornered him, challenged him. He was like, you said on direct that head injuries are the most common inflicted injuries.
Not true.
That morning when Allesie cross-examined him on that statement, it said, well, are you aware of this study where it's actually the lower extremities? I played a video of him, Welchure, conducting a crash test dummy, reconstructing a crash test dummy accident with a crash test dummy. Sorry, excuse me. And he points out freely to educate the viewers in the video that statistically the most common injuries happen in the lower extremities. So not only was he lying on the stand, like he was already aware of it. Like it's something that he teaches people himself. So he straight up lied. I mean,
well, the study that he used was 46 years old. And then, of course, Allesie had the most recent study that was like, really? Like, no, it's lower body injuries, not head injuries are not the most common injury among pedestrians. Like anybody with common sense knows that.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, right. What do you, everybody?
So he had to dig back.
Everybody's in a Levin video with their head down, getting hit by a car, right? No, that doesn't happen.
Only in Yellow Cottage Cheese's handmade videos does that happen. Right. Who do you think so far? Best witness for the Commonwealth and worst witness for the Commonwealth. And I'll read the witnesses so far so that you can get them back in your brain. The opener. Okay, so it goes. We first heard from Timothy Nuttall, Carrie Roberts, Peggy O'Keefe, Trooperino Garino, Daniel Whitley. He was was he the firefighter? Wait, was he the one who's friends with Carrie Roberts? No, he was a different one. Daniel Whitley, Michael Camerano, Gary Fowler, the pathologist from the hospital who worked in like the blood lab or something, Jason Becker, Canton Fire Department, Ian Whiffen, Jennifer McCabe, Hannah Knowles from the crime lab, Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson, Sarah Levinson, Katie McLaughlin, Paul Gallagher, Robert Gilman, the weatherman. I forgot about him. Charles Ray from Canton PD. He's the one that did the wellness check. Kevin O'Hara from the CERT team, who started finding the dinner plates size pieces of taillight. Connor Keefe, who was the one who logged all of those in. I think he was with the CERT team also. Jessica Hyde, Yuri Buchanan. We had 3 days of him. Trooper Zachary Clark, Trooper Evan Brent, Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab, Irene Scortibello, the medical examiner, Andre Porto, he did the DNA. Then we had Ashley Valier, who did the taillight reconstruction, Nicholas Bradford, Bodie Labs, Carl Miyasako was Bodie Labs. Then we
doesn't feel like there were that many, but geez.
I know, it's a lot. Shannon Burgess, followed by Isaac Wolf, the brain surgeon, Christina Hanley from the crime lab, and then Judson Welchure. And that is the lineup. That was the lineup for the Commonwealth. Who do you think was the best? And who do you think was the worst?
That's tough because when you read it that way and you kind of refresh generally each witness, it's actually quite striking how lacking.
Show me the evidence.
Their whole cases, yeah.
Really, all kidding aside, other than trolls who are going to say you're in the tank and you'll say anything as long as it's waving pom poms. I'm struggling to find the best witness.
To me it was Garino, because he was so just benign. Like really, he didn't do anything other than come in and read those text messages, and I thought, it was comedy gold for me. So I just thought that he was just a wash. Like
I'm struggling.
Annoy me as much as last time.
maybe it's what Will said earlier. Maybe it's Whiffen, even though I don't think he was compelling in terms of the bottom line when you break it down and how it helps.
Are we saying best witness?
Well, for me, Guarino, I guess, was the best performer. I should say.
Right.
So you would be like a best actor.
Most effective.
It's so hard to tell because the whole case.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. You get it.
Like who was the most credible that you think may have had some sway with the jury, where the jury might have said, well, you know what, maybe she did hit him with her car. Was there anyone? Because nobody really came out and said he was hit by a car. The medical examiner said, no, he wasn't. I looked for pedestrian injuries. I didn't see him. Whiffen has him walking into the house.
No, the only witness they really have for a car accident is Welchure, and it's clearly not him. You know, the evidence that would quote unquote corroborate Welchure really comes down to the state police, and it's not them. I don't know. It's hard.
It is, because when you start breaking it down, like witness by witness, right? Opening with Timothy Nuttall, I think, was one of the, may go down as one of the worst decisions in trial law. They'll teach that in trial law 101.
I thought the same thing. I was like, what is this guy doing, the first guy on the stand? What are they thinking? If
you're pushing me to make an answer, I guess what I would say is a hybrid between Whiffen and Hyde, only in the sense that they both, you know, again, this could get, some of it got broken down and some of it could get broken down in the defense case, but they both essentially said, look, we analyzed data. That analysis, at least at this point, is over the jury's head, I think, a lot. And they both said, we don't conclude there was a 227 search. Again, I think they have a lot of holes and other things.
Doesn't prove Karen, but it doesn't, that even that doesn't prove Karen guilty.
I agree. And I think, you know, Hyde in some ways kind of went off the rails in, like, on the crazy train a little bit with,
may the fourth be with you,
and burgers. That I just think, I mean, I don't think she was trying to be rude or trying to fool the jury, but it just, when you get that silly, I thought that was like,
may the fourth be with you, though. I mean, you must be a Star Wars fan, because you probably liked her because of that.
Well, I like Star Wars. You know, she definitely likes Star Wars.
Didn't even get it. I was like, what?
When I hear people say "May the fourth be with you," the same thing comes over me as when Mark hears someone say "Trial 2.0." It's the same. That. It's the same effect. It's the same effect.
Honestly, that to me, I can't with that. It's a retrial. Okay? Retrials happen all the time. If you try cases, they happen. They're not that frequent, but they are a thing.
I'm sorry.
They are a thing. It's not a computer program. Whatever. That's just my. I never
want to see season 1 and season 2 because everyone can relate to that.
Because, you know, trials can be theater or can be dramatic, and there's so much theater and drama here that I get that. I kind of like that. But, you know, computer lingo, no, not doing that. But I don't know. That's the best I can come up with, is that a hybrid of Whiffen and Hyde. That would be an interesting
because the selection of bad witnesses are so much better. Will, what do you think?
But I would say the same thing. But the problem with that, though, is the purpose of them testifying. They weren't there to prove that John O'Keefe was killed by Karen Reed in any way, shape, or form. They were there to defend Jen McCabe.
Well, then let's bring it to another problem for them, which is this. Then you have to limit this analysis to witnesses who either established a car accident or she admitted doing it. So that really leaves I hit him or there was a car accident. And I don't think either of those is compelling in the least.
Right.
Agreed.
Yeah. I think we're all in agreement that they just failed to present a case.
Well, what the hell? Let's go with Nuttall and give them.
I mean, because Nuttall got caught in a lie, though. They caught Nuttall in a lie, though, didn't they? At least one. He never said in any statement or any testimony ever that he heard her say I hit him, right?
No,
and it was in
right.
no reports.
It's very interesting because
it was
when-
where he heard it, and then they showed video where he was supposed to have heard it, supposedly, right? And they were like, "Do you see yourself in that shot right there or right there?" I think they did that pretty effectively with a couple of people. McLaughlin too, I think.
The problem with Nuttall is the puffy coat. I mean,
Yes, that was in trial one.
Yeah.
Not when you're a prosecutor, you don't wrap your opening statement around this is the guy who answered the call and his heart is racing and he's there to,
He heard the bell.
Answered the call, which is fine, and that's good. You want people to do that, but then come out of the gate with him with an admission, knowing that at the first trial, he testified on cross that he was as certain about the puffy coat as anything else in the case, including she said, I hit him. Yeah. I mean, hold on. There's a lot of firefighters and people that they could have called who heard some version of this. Okay, that's the one you don't call. Okay,
right.
All that guy Flamati, who by the way was a very experienced, kind of grumpy, kind of no nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Saying he was the most credible guy in the world because they might have been able to break down where he claimed he heard it, but he wasn't going to be talking about puffy coats and then saying, by the way, I also remembered it was 3 times, not 2 times. And then on cross, what does he do? He says, I'm certain, and my memory is better now than it was
That's right.
year earlier.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not, if you believe in like primacy and recency, as you should, why would you ever come out of the gate with an I hit him witness who literally is going to get torched on cross like that? And we talked earlier about what do you remember about each witness? With Nuttall, it's the puffy coat and it was 3 times, not 2. And I know that because I met with Brendan and Tully and, they didn't tell me, but I remembered after talking to them, it was 3. Positive.
and the thing about Nuttall too, the interesting thing about him, he's really likable during direct. Like if you're just a juror, you don't know anything about the first trial. He's really likable on direct. And then once you catch him on his little stupid lies, he looks like a complete and utter moron. Like that's it.
You don't usually literally see a witness literally. I know the word literally is overused in life, but literally hot under the collar where he's going like this.
Yikes. Yeah, totally.
And gasping for air under there. You just don't see that. So I don't know.
They didn't dig into the puffy jacket as much as I would have liked, because I remember in season 1, like he was talking about cutting the puffy jacket off with the trauma shears, and he remembers because it got all over the place and the fluff inside the jacket was everywhere and it was such a mess. He remembered it so well. And
like the Michelin Man. It's or something like that. He really poured it on thick.
He really did. And he also, he wants to be part of the story, right? He really wants to be part of the story.
Gore-Tex.
Somebody sent me this, and she's a, I'm not sure, but she said this. She said regarding Nuttall's testimony that when he said, I hit him 3 times, she said, I hit him 3 times. While engaged in 2-person CPR, you are coordinating 2 breaths to every 15 compressions. You are either actively listening to your partner, counting out loud if you are at the head to administer oxygen. If you're doing the compressions, you are saying the number of each of the compressions out loud. This is essential to carefully coordinate and synchronize the compressions to breaths ratio seamlessly. Oh, she's a labor and delivery nurse and I performed neonatal resuscitation probably hundreds of times over 39 years. Trust me, if you're performing 2-person CPR, you are not listening to random chatter around you. And she goes on to say that he is lying. Please ask the defense if they're looking into this. Thank you, Shirley, for that comment on one of my videos. And yes, even Katie McLaughlin said during her testimony, Nuttall was inside the ambulance when I heard that. The doors were shut.
I also think, again, the jury's never going to know this, and I'm not going down the rabbit hole of, oh my God, they have to call these witnesses too, although they could. he never called any responding police officer for the very obvious reason, because they were going to testify. I never heard that, notwithstanding what people claim. And more important, I mean, I would love to cross the first responding cops in a case like this, notwithstanding how these cops
for you to be doing it too.
did nothing. And if you know cops, and I know, Melanie, you've had them on all the time, and they're NYPD guys, so I'm, very biased in that regard.
Shout out to Duty Ron and Ed Wallace. Woo, woo.
Idea that any police,
The Las Vegas cops, yeah.
that a police officer would respond to a man who is dead or close to dead in the middle of the lawn like that, and some raving lunatic is running around purportedly drunk, purportedly screaming, I hit him, that nobody from the police department would say, ma'am, why don't you just come take a walk with me? And not only would you be saying, what are you talking about? You would also be looking at her and saying, does she have booze on her breath? Is
She would have been collared. She would have been collared, especially if it was a domestic. Isn't it an automatic arrest in a domestic?
I don't know if she would literally been hauled in, but what they would have done was taken her to the side, asked her what they would have said. What do you mean you hit him? Because you don't know if that. Why would you assume that means a car? I would assume it was something in the head, or smashed it over the head with something in your bag that was, hard.
He was laying in the grass.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't know what happened.
Or she slapped him across the face because they got in a fight and he said something mean.
Right.
Maybe.
And, so it's very interesting that they're not, the DA is not calling those witnesses. I'm not sure the defense would, but if I were the defense, I would, in summation, make reference to, isn't it fascinating? There were firefighters there, that there were EMTs there, and that there were police officers there. And firefighters and EMTs, what do? They try to save human beings. That's what they do.
Right.
What do police do? They generally supervise, but they also get involved if something else is going on. If there's criminal activity afoot, that's their job. And they didn't call anyone. And you should draw the obvious inference from that. I mean, they need to say that if they're not going to call these witnesses.
Lally called every single one. Lally called every single one who was at the scene.
They need to say that, ladies and gentlemen, or I don't know if you're supposed to say that in this court, but, members of the jury, whatever. If all these witnesses heard Karen Reed say, I hit him, and she was that apparently drunk, as everyone says, and it was clear that there was a hit and run, where is the evidence of the police officers who were present, even having the most basic interaction with her to say, what are we talking about?
Right.
There's no evidence of that. And why didn't they present these witnesses? And by the way, what a beautiful lead into when you start saying, why didn't they present these witnesses? Proctor, the people in the house, But I mean, they need to hit that or call some of the cops, which I don't think they'll do. If they're not calling Proctor, I don't think they're calling cops from the house.
I mean, Lank is the Ray Donovan of the Albert family.
I will tell you this.
They need Lank is the guy I want to see again.
Will tell you this.
Good analogy.
We don't call any police officers specifically. I want to be Proctor, Tully, this Prince, the other Lank. If they don't call any of those police officers, they are leaving on the table the opportunity to finish the destruction of Jennifer McCabe's credibility by closing the circle on the impeachment of her, which is not closed. Right. She has testified, I said I hit him. And although they've asked her, well, is that in the report? And she's, I don't care, whatever, I hit him. That report's not in evidence, nor is there proof that it's not in the report.
Right.
You need the cop to say, look,
Saraf,
I'm a police officer. I'm diligent. Okay. I went to training. I write things down. I'm careful. I'm thorough. Yes, that's my report. And that's what she told me. And do you see that in the report? No. And why not? because she didn't tell me. And now you have her thoroughly impeached. And by not calling all these cops, they don't have that.
They don't have that. They could just, let me ask you this question. In Massachusetts, because, you know, it's the land of the lost. Oh, let me put our mascot up here. Chaka from Land of the Lost, because that's where I feel like we remember Chaka. Will might be, maybe. And I have a new mascot up here that I am putting up here because some people need killing. So there's Dexter.
Okay.
So, you know,
New
we might have
season
Dexter
coming out.
watch us for a little while, and then sometimes we put Proctor up there just because he's a dumbass. Now I forgot what I was going to say.
We were talking about how they're not closing the circle on Jennifer McCabe.
Oh, here was about Massachusetts law. Let's say they call Saraf for the sole purpose of asking him, did you interview Jennifer McCabe? What was your conversation? What does it say in your statement? What did Jennifer McCabe tell you? And that is it. Can Lally, I want to call him Lally. Can Brennan now bring in all sorts of other stuff, or is he going to be limited on cross to exactly the only things that they ask Saraf on direct? Because they're calling an adverse witness now in their case in chief, if that happens.
I mean, I've heard this described both ways. I mean, obviously, where we come from in the land of, you know, or at least saner legal practice, cross is limited. I mean, it's not, they had the opportunity to call the witness in their case. They didn't. So, you know, I guess even if they were allowed to kind of expand because he's there, so let me go to town, what are they getting out of him? I mean, the bottom line is, I don't think he would be called specifically just to say Jennifer McCabe didn't say this. I think he would be called to say, not only did I not hear I hit him, but I never noted any symptoms of intoxication on Karen Reed. I never asked her any questions about what she meant by I hit him. And presumably, if he's examined the right way, even on a direct, tell us about your training, about investigating crimes and writing things down. And, you know, what is the procedure if you're aware of criminal activity staring you in the face, even if the original call is not to respond to a crime? And every police officer is going to say, I'm duty bound to do something. So what does that mean? It means asking basic questions. And ultimately what it means is telling a sergeant, like, I think this lady might have done this. He didn't do any of that. So
did you see any giant pieces of red taillight the size of a dinner plate?
Yeah,
right.
So I don't think there's anything.
What color was the sole of the shoe?
Yes, the shoe. You're going to die on that hill of the shoe. I heard you telling Annie that.
Oh, yeah. Listen, mark my words. By the end of this trial, I will have satisfaction when it comes to the shoe business.
The shoe business. Tell me why. I don't like Mondays. Tell me why they pull out the shoe in open court. It's the right shoe. Buchanan says, yeah, this is the one they found at 34 Fairview, when the day before it was the left shoe at 34 Fairview. They kind of just glossed right over that. And then the next thing you know, it's just like, oh yeah, no big whoop, no biggie. What happened? We don't know.
Now
what
there are other pictures of shoes with white soles in the snow. I'm telling you that the picture that they showed in court saying that was the same shoe is not the same shoe.
Do you think they swapped out the shoe? Do you think they needed a shoe? They needed
I don't know what the motive is. I don't know. All I'm saying is the picture shown in court is not the same shoe as the picture as the shoe pulled out of that evidence bag in both trials.
I think that you are, you might be an expert on the kicks, so you might know these things. And also, people might think they need it. The CERT team was sent on a scavenger hunt. Okay, Tully said, "You're going to be looking. Here's what you need. Here's what you need to find: a shoe and some taillight. Ready, set, go." And then as soon as they had those things on their list of the scavenger hunt, it was like, "Okay, you can go home now." And the CERT team is like, "Yeah, do you want us to come back when the snow starts melting? We can help find more evidence." And he's like, "No, we're good. We're good." Did they need to find a shoe to have them find a shoe? Because Buchanan said, every pedestrian accident, they lose their shoes. They get knocked out of their shoes. That's how I knew it was a pedestrian accident, because I saw him with one shoe on. So was that?
I don't know. Or I don't know that they're going to get into that. I think they will.
No, we can get into it here. I don't think they're going to get into it. I'm saying between us in the trust tree here.
It's still early, but yeah.
This is a safe space for grifting in tinfoil hats, right? So we can do whatever we want.
Exactly.
But I mean, what the lawyers are going to do, they're going to sum up and say, I mean, what's a perfect example to illustrate their incompetence. These people can't even label the freaking shoes and open the right bag and tell you what's in it. I mean,
Right.
people you're supposed to trust on the evidence gathering, they can't even collect a shoe and document it.
Yeah.
But they don't have an expert to be able to tell them about proper police procedure. I'm still mad about that.
Yeah, no, that's very unfortunate.
Gallagher is just, I mean, it's hard to believe that guy is a real person and not some fictional character.
They
Like,
should have
watching that
Could have
dude.
cared less. Could have cared
if
less.
they could have had a police procedure expert even testify just to two things about securing a crime scene and explaining why that's critical, and also explaining why it's critical to document what you find upon first recovery of finding it. Take photos, for example, or with the CERT team, I don't know, like actually tell you who found it you know, it's not the 5 boogeymen that apparently showed up and joined the team. And the importance of a crime scene, that it means that's the key to any chain of custody. I mean, you can't, if the scene is lost, then everything that happens thereafter is tainted, because it could have been planted, it could have been soiled, it could have been whatever. I don't think that's obvious to a jury to just know that literally.
Of course not.
Top of their head.
They don't know about chain of custody unless they're watching Law and Order for 24 seasons like me.
I agree with you. You like, the defense has to really bring that home. Is like, make sure that the jury understands how chain of custody is supposed to work, as opposed to how it worked here, and how important it is, why it's important. It's just like Mark explained. I mean, if there's no memorialization of where the evidence was, consistent memorialization with a timeline that adds up, any gap in that timeline, anything could have happened to that evidence.
Even if they're limited to an hour, if that's really what this is, it doesn't matter whether it takes 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or even 15. They need to dedicate in the summation in excruciating detail why it is entirely plausible that the taillight could have been there unnaturally and found at the time it was. And that story starts with the principle that if these knuckleheads had secured the scene, literally, and had evidence that no one ever came or went or tampered, and they found taillight there, then guess what? Okay, you got me. The taillight pieces, they're not planted. Once they didn't do that, the door opens up, and then you get into all the other stuff that, you know, in terms of the timelines and why it's plausible, but they need to do all that. But it starts with, you know, the crime scene failure. That's what makes it plausible.
For sure. The whole crime scene is tainted. So, I mean, when it comes to pieces of evidence, you could just pick one out of a hat and find a failure in chain of custody. You could find a failure in how the crime scene was secured, how the evidence was even discovered in the first place. I mean, everything.
Oh yeah, Ed Wallace's head is popping off, and I don't know if you know who he is. He's Duty Ron's co-host. He's a forensics professor. Like, he teaches forensics. He's been a cop he's retired now, but now he goes and teaches and trains at police departments how to do this kind of thing. And he's losing his mind. I just sent him a link. I just sent him a text if he wanted to come on. Allie and Bob, if you guys are watching, if you want to come on, I'll send you a link. Larry, I think you were here too. Come on, let's make it a party. Let's make it a party.
Yeah,
Sunday night. We got to pump up the crowd for tomorrow, because this is a mishigas of unparalleled proportions. Who do you think was all right, so we're trying to think of who is the best witness, right? Wasn't that our best witness conversation? Who do you think, though, is the most damaging witness so far?
Buchanan.
Because why? Because he was just so smarmy.
Because he was the should have been the most credible person to testify in the entire investigation, as far as the investigation goes anyway. He should have been the most credible person, and he was the best that the prosecution was willing to do. And the cross-examination was 3 days of him trying to stand by bad police work and be bold about it. Like he's admitting to the bad police work, and he's going, "Yep, yep," you know, and you're like, "What?"
He really did shine. He really did shine during the reading of the text messages, and he really got into it. Like he started reading them with feeling and emphasis, and that was like his best moment. Like he really enjoyed doing that.
We did a better job.
Like if it doesn't really work, we did a better job. I know, but for him, assuming that was on the fly and a cold read for him, because I don't think he knew that he was going to have to read all of them. And then when Alan gave, you know, the thing, that was this thick, and the judge was like, "You're not going to have him read all of them, are you?" And he's like, "Oh, I absolutely am." You know, she's going to take 14 breaks to, you know, gather herself before the happening of that.
I feel like that was
English being his third language, right? Yeah, English, the dictionary.
I feel like that was a tactic to wear him down, to get him to a place where he was tenderized and Alan Jackson could hit him with the hard questions.
So, I mean, you're asking almost an impossible question. Pick the top banana of the rotten bunch, basically.
The worst of the worst.
So to me, factoring in credibility and impact and significance, and for me, it's Burgess. And the reason why it's Burgess is because at the end of the day, the DA's theory is science. Science convicts her, and Burgess is the firewall to the science working from their perspective with the timelines of the car, the phone, and all that crap that he was trying to do. And if the timeline is in doubt, and it's entirely reasonable, if not probable, given the state of the evidence, that John O'Keefe was using his phone after the time they claim there was this trigger event, at a time that it would have been impossible for him to use the phone. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that means there's no accident. He's not incapacitated. And so the problem is, so here comes Burgess. It's very rare that you see a witness who gets torpedoed Perry Mason style. I mean, that's just not a real thing. I mean,
that was so
it is in this trial.
Witnesses
happened multiple times in this trial.
Witnesses generally, they get destroyed and then they get absolutely clobbered in summation when the lawyer deals with it. Burgess, I mean, this was a perfect storm of bad. You had Brennan deliberately ignore touching his credentials or his academic credentials. They were exposed. They were exposed as, number one, he has no college degree, which is not a big deal, but that is surprising for somebody. And then it turns out that beyond not having one, he has misrepresented that he had one. He has changed the nature of the degree that he claims that he had. He changed the year that he got the degree. He claimed then, when he didn't have one, that he was pursuing one, which you're not pursuing one when it's 17 years and you haven't been to class. And then he even ended up with a degree that literally doesn't exist. So now
you're going to lie research.
So now I was in the courtroom for that. That was
beautiful. You were?
Yeah, for when Allesie called about, it was like, "Are you like?" I watched Alan Jackson hand Allesie a note, and Allesie goes, "Thank you," and then goes, "Are you aware that there is no such degree at University of Alabama?" And I was like,
but the problem is, this guy's supposed to be that expert, and he has no integrity, and he has no credentials, and he's an expert. That's problematic enough. Then you get into, bits versus bytes. So on top of not having credentials or integrity, now I'm worried about your competence on basic stuff that you should know, bits and bytes. I mean, that's, what you do. And then on top of that, you then tell the jury, I came up with this opinion, but then you know what? It was wrong, but I figured out it was wrong on my own and just decided mid-trial to change it. And then what he did, in the process of screwing up, he's kind of like a wrecking ball rolling down the mountain out of control, and he's doing more damage to their case than just him. Because as he's rolling down the hill, he runs into this dude called Welchure walking down and bangs into him, so that Welchure's credibility, before he ever shows up, they're like, oh yeah, this is the guy who's basically, supposed to be the smart guy from the firm where the last witness who lied about his credentials comes from. and his data is all screwed up. And then you find out, well, yeah, I changed my opinion too mid-trial. So I go with Burgess because I think he does pound for pound the most damage to a point that they need to have, and his credibility is so gone. I mean, he really was damaged, but again, you know, there are so many other candidates that you could pick. You could pick the medical examiner, you could pick Buchanan.
First, Will, tell us the jury reaction to the Burgess fiasco when he was caught in all those lies about his resume and his degree that was made up. And did you look at the jury? What were they laughing? Were they not surprised? Were they?
One dude was just glued, like he's just enamored by the defense, and like he just smiles. He wears glasses. He takes notes, but he's just smiling and like looks like with enthusiasm to see what the witness's BS answer is going to be. So like it's fun. Like that one guy was the most noticeable, but most people like it's like any other jury in that sense where, you know, people become a little bit more attentive. Like, okay, like what's he going to say right here? You know what I mean? But that was definitely a moment where the jury was like, you know,
but there was no outward laughing.
We're waiting.
She didn't, reprimand them on their facial expressions. I thought, like when she reprimanded the entire jury and they had to come up one by one, I thought maybe it was because their reactions were, you know, over the top, or maybe
nobody knows. Nobody knows why. Still, nobody knows why. She called all the juries to talk to one by one that day. I mean, there were rumors, but that's all they are, because nobody, like, I had a source tell me something, and then when I thought about it, I was like, wait a minute, that person wasn't even in the courtroom. How would they know?
Right.
So, you know what I mean? So anything you hear about why that happened,
I guess it's because I've been reading tweets of the live reactions, and I'm hearing like Sue O'Connell even, and, you know, Ted Daniel and
everyone,
all of them saying that the jurors are, some of the reactions are obvious. And so I guess
the reactions are obvious for sure. What I'm saying is you were talking about when, I don't,
during Burgess, you don't remember?
I have no idea. Well, during Burgess, there were reactions, and yes, they're obvious, but they're not like people are going, oh my gosh, you know, like that's not that obvious. It's just, you know, people become a little bit more attentive than other times. It's the first trial. There were people who were definitely way more obvious in their reactions.
Oh yeah, and they became alternates.
Yeah, for the most part, at least when I was in there, the jury was reacting only as natural as jurors can react. You know what I mean?
I've never heard a judge tell jurors, as opposed to the peanut gallery, in all the years of seeing trials or participating in trials, to tell the jury, don't emote, don't do anything, just try to, I mean, they're the fact finder. I mean, I think that's really inappropriate, actually. I mean, they shouldn't be screaming and yelling and standing up and saying, if they like what was said, clapping and saying, you're my guy, I get it. But if they hear evidence that they find ridiculous or absurd, and that's a natural reaction, well, tough shit. I mean, I have a vivid recollection years ago when I was trying a kidnapping case as a prosecutor. I mean, this is a long time ago. Real serious, like a real kidnapping. Guy was grabbed up, tied up, held for ransom, beat up, threatened, pistol whipped, whatever. And the case was all phone records to connect this defendant. And this was like in 2003. So back when you still used like boards for phone records, and it was a real connect the dots to get to this guy, but all roads came back to this guy. And it was convoluted. And your concern was they either understand this or they don't. And if they don't, you know, you're screwed. And of course, the defense attorney at the time made the argument, this doesn't mean anything, whatever. And then, you know, giving a summation and trying to connect all these dots. And there's one juror whose name I remember to this day. And he's standing there, and as you're talking, and he's going like this, like literally. Absolutely.
Yo, dude,
I mean, thank God this isn't jury selection, or this guy's going to get tossed. But I mean, the defense lawyer, I mean, when we were waiting for the jury, he's like, well, you got one, obviously, right? But I mean, he wasn't complaining about what are you going to do? They're jurors. It's what they do. They're reacting naturally. That was really weird when she was lecturing the jury not to react to evidence. I mean, some jurors see bloody autopsy photos and you know what? They cry or they look down or they need a break. I mean, whatever. They're people.
Did you get demonetized that day? Well, it was day 22. I got demonetized. I've appealed it twice. They're like, nope. That was the day where they showed the dead body, where that idiot showed like an exemplar dead body of another pedestrian who had been killed, and he put his dead body up on the screen for all to see, and blocked out his eyes, like in the who wore this best kind of thing.
Oh, you mean, did I get the yellow dollar sign?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I get those all the time. What do you mean?
Oh, I'll teach you how to appeal it.
No, I appeal them, and 90% of the time they go through.
Yeah, that one didn't. I did I did it all.
Oh, really?
So I didn't like that dead body. And I try and take it off the screen. But like, really, what was the point of that whole thing? Okay, here's another pedestrian accident with a guy who had a lacerated liver and, a collapsed lung. And like, dude, like, I don't know. He made me so mad, that Welchure guy.
One of the things that was really interesting about him, interesting is not the right word, there's really very little.
Somebody called him a Temu sugar daddy because he's got all that money. But he's like,
well, I mean, he gave this kind of out of nowhere claim that, the taillight would fracture at what? I think it was 8 miles an hour.
Yeah, so now we got 8 miles an hour. And he said, I never said he went 24 miles an hour. I mean, she went 24 miles an hour. What happened to that theory?
Make one of your crash test dummies and let's have him hit at anywhere from 9 to 25. And if you want to even do it where you just stick his arm out, I don't care. And then explain to us why the taillight didn't, break up in the way. But the other thing is this, if he's an engineer, then he ought to understand substances, not to get all graduate, but, plastics, Benjamin, plastics, the difference in how plastics and polycarbonate and some of these people who are probably like under whatever the graduate is an all-time
it's
classic.
Like they wouldn't touch the subject of polycarbonate plastic,
right?
It's really
but
weird.
Why guy, if you're an accident reconstruction, he told us that he relied on the Mass State Police found the pieces, but he never said, well, that makes sense to me because of the speed of the impact and the way it would do it and it would end here. Like, he didn't do the science part of it. And he never did an experiment where he tested whether, not if it would even break up into 47 pieces, but I think more interestingly, with polycarbonate, it's supposed to like puncture when it does break, not explode like the glass that's all over the lawn. From what
when you read the motion to exclude him as an expert from the defense, it's like as if once he finally testified, he just proved that whole motion correct. Like it was all predicted.
It was like a Nickelodeon experiment.
Right. Insane. It's totally insane. I can't even.
Totally insane and totally ridiculous that that a judge would not allow the the defense to really lay out, knowing that this guy did use the prior report to some extent. He certainly considered it.
Oh, I'm still mad about that too.
Point out that you basically were brought in as a ringer, like the prosecutor, to change that, and that the same office who tried the other proceeding had a theory that is nothing at all like the theory that you're using now. It's a different timeline. It's a different way the accident could have happened. Everything is different. And it's not like they're just saying, you came after this guy. He included portions of Paul's data and stuff in his report, right down to the mileage to try to link the cycles and everything. And that was a terrible, terrible ruling.
That's what I want to talk about, that ruling, that the reasons why she would not allow them to cross on Trooper Paul's report.
We don't know, because her answer was, I disagree with you, Mr. Allesie.
That's all she said.
He did say he read it. He considered it. It was part of the materials that he reviewed. he had to completely disregard Trooper Paul's theory, because when Trooper Paul starts looking good, you know, at least for all of the comedy gold that he provided with us during trial, the season 1, he at least had an answer for it.
Easily
like,
one
you
of
know
my
what?
favorite witnesses.
He's like, you know what? I got this, you guys. I got this. I'm going to figure out how each and everything happened. And he did. And he had a pirouette and he had a thing, and the tail had exploded, you know, scratched the arm, and then he spun around. He was flew 30 feet, smacked his head, and that's what happened. And like, he had 24 miles an hour. He had a whole theory. This guy put all the pieces together, right? And if he completely disregarded Trooper Paul's theory, they should be allowed to question him on it.
They should. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And again, it's all about fundamental fairness. I mean, you have a right to a defense, and it's not literally being offered to say they're idiots and Trooper Paul is an idiot, which his testimony was idiotic for sure. But the point is, it's a fair attack on the credibility of Welchure, because you could say somebody else disagreed with you. All right. They, from that office, that data, that state police. And how do you know you're right and he's wrong? And it's kind of like, you can't lose with this either way. But they certainly had a right to put this out there and say, what part of this did you accept? What part did you reject? And how does it factor in? And, they did ask him, you were hired, September of 24, after this guy had already testified. But there's no reason that the jury shouldn't know that they're moving the goalposts, especially that very issue is in issue as a material issue in this case, because by the own testimony of Burgess and Welchure, they have literally mid-trial shifted the timeline.
Yes.
The jury should know, hey guys, guess what? It's not the first time they've done this. They did it last time too. Okay. And maybe they don't know what the timeline is. That's a totally fair argument. So she screwed the pooch on that one.
And here's what a lot of people who are watching this trial for the first time don't understand. They're like, well, wait a minute. You mean they had an entirely different theory in the first trial, and now they're allowed to just come in and prosecute a woman on murder charges where she's facing life in prison, and they can just now change their whole theory? How is that fair? And what do you say to those people? How is that fair? How do you in the first trial say it was at 12:45, and now they keep moving? It's material changes here because every second counts.
But I would, those same people who would wonder that are probably in the first instance wondering, how do you retry someone again who probably was acquitted?
Right. But I mean, I think one of the good things about this case being tried again is there is so much more interest in it this time than there was the first trial. A lot of people were just like, oh, that girl hit her boyfriend with her car. There's ring video of it, whatever. They weren't. And now that people started to watch this, it's not just small town America where this is going on. And there are certain people who will tell you this has been going on for decades, like me, who handled the Catholic Church scandal. I mean, 12 people can keep a secret if hundreds of them can, and some of them at the highest levels of the church, for Christ's sake, including the Pope. It can happen. It does happen. We know about corruption in New York. A lot of people don't want to believe that the police can do anything wrong. And it's really shining a light on that. And it's shining a light on how unfair the justice system can be. If Karen Reed did not have the resources and the funding and the backing from supporters, first of all, she never would have been able to afford $100,000 cash bail to get out. She'd still be sitting in the Norfolk County pokey 3 years later. And I'm outraged.
She probably would have pled guilty.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they were counting on.
It does happen. This is a real thing. It does happen that a lot of people who are low income or certainly low asset, low resources, sometimes maybe not necessarily in a murder case every time, but somebody has a small case where they're in Rikers Island and it's a misdemeanor case, and it can take 6 or 7 months for a trial in New York for something like that, and the prosecutor is recommending 30 days in jail if you plead guilty, and you've already done the time, the 20 days. Well, you can stand on principle from a jail cell for 5 more months and do triple the time, or say, you know what, it is what it is. I just want to get out and go home. There are people who do that. It does happen.
And image is a big thing too, because if we're seeing footage of Karen, if the public right now is seeing footage of Karen, the kind of public who doesn't do deep dive digging into court documents and don't have access to a sleuthy goosey or have any interest in a sleuthy goosey spreadsheet, then they're just going to watch the news. And if they're watching the news and they see Karen Reed in a purple or in an orange jumpsuit and you know, shackled and showing up to her court dates like that, it's going to be a whole hell of a lot harder to get her to get public support for her. So you know, it's important to keep her out of jail. It's important, not just for that reason, but for the overall reason that she is factually innocent, that there is absolutely no evidence to indicate that she even struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle, that she even touched him with her vehicle, other than John getting in and out of the vehicle. So, you know, it's real easy to lose focus of that grand overall look, perspective, excuse me, this whole overall perspective of what this really is. And we're here a second time with no evidence to indicate that she's guilty of this crime.
That's not entirely true. There is blue paint on the arm.
Yeah.
You got me. Yeah, there you go.
You know, the only witness they called, the only one they called that treated John O'Keefe's body or examined his body, really, is the medical examiner. And she, I think, kills their case. She came right out and said, I looked for injuries related to a pedestrian accident and I did not find any. For me, that's it. Case over. And I've been all about the injuries from day one on this case.
Listen, of course, everything you said is true. The problem is bringing the case. I mean, nobody, I mean, it's so frustrating if you just deal with this on a daily basis and have seen this. But the idea that any prosecutor is going to prosecute a murder case when the only doctor who ever examined the individual and literally is charged by law to come up with a manner and cause of death is telling you, despite being pressured by the state police, despite all of this, that like, look, I don't know. I mean, when she says I can't determine, you know, she didn't use it in these terms, but it's obvious. She's stuck between accident and homicide, and there's just not conclusive enough evidence for her to just give you the homicide, you know, that the state police were pissed off about. And if the person who is in best position to know that the injuries are consistent with a homicide is telling you, I'm not sure, where do you come off saying, well, that's okay, I'll still prove beyond a reasonable doubt that not only was it a homicide, but it was an intentional murder? There isn't a prosecutor with any sense who brings a case without that ruling or a really good explanation. And if they had pressed the ME further, even if they don't get the ruling, but said, why do you, what's the issue? Then that would have led to the conversation where she should have said, in essence, these are not injuries that we should be seeing. They don't go what you're going with here. That's it.
And imagine if some prosecutor comes across the fact that the lead investigator sent text messages to his friends calling them a whack job because his friends taunted him, calling it a rookie move that he didn't get the homicide ruling, right? So imagine a prosecutor gets a hold of that information and then they move forward with the or with the prosecution.
Well, the feds got that. Remember, the feds got that. Rookie move. You should have had me and Jeff do it, as if him and Jeff had been doing this for years.
But they made that available during pre-trial, before the first trial.
Yep.
So why did this go even to the first trial?
They're so far.
Well, again, I'm going farther back. Not why did it go to trial? Why did it go to a grand jury to seek an indictment?
Right. Yeah.
They had to pin it on the girl. They had to pin it on the girl.
It's that bad. And now knowing what you know now, you go back and you look at the evidence that at least is publicly available that led to the indictment, and there was testimony that was false about a Google search. And it's really interesting because at that time, the Google search was not yet an issue, but they were going out of their way to talk about the Google search that the witness now admits is absolutely false. I mean, you want to talk about consciousness of guilt in terms of what you're doing and saying. There's another example.
Yeah. And, you know, Carrie Roberts being called second, right? I think she was called second right after Nuttall, right? Right after Nuttall. Wait, go back to the
Bad
list
move
here.
calling her up because she looked fine in the first trial. This trial, ooh.
The evil
Cross
came
got-
out. Did you see the
Cross got
snap?
her.
Did you see the
Yeah.
way she switched?
Well,
Bad
they-
move
in the
calling
li-
her this trial.
Look, the prosecution got a huge gift in the first trial. For whatever reason, she wasn't cross-examined. You know, and that's, you know, one of the many mysteries of this whole saga, maybe. I don't know. But the point is, they were expecting at the first trial for Carrie Roberts to get clobbered, and it never came. It came in the second trial. And the reason you know that is because if you go back to the first trial and you look at the direct examination of Carrie Roberts, what did Lally not ask her about? He did not ask her if she had heard Karen Reed ask for a Google search, which would have been admissible evidence.
Mhm.
Okay. And that is a huge point at the first trial and the second trial, the Google search. That would have been one of the most powerful pieces of evidence they had, bar none, in the whole case. And he didn't ask it. And the reason why Lally didn't ask it is because they got the FBI interview in which Carrie Roberts was given the 1001 warnings and said, I absolutely, positively never heard that, never happened. And yet they put her up there, knowing that she would get clobbered on cross. It happened a year later, as it turns out, where most prosecutors would say, how am I calling this witness? How am I not advising her to get counsel?
Right. She didn't have an attorney. Listen, that guy who showed up on Friday, he had his attorney with him. Proctor's Chippy Bear's friend. He came in with his attorney, guns a-blazing. I hear he's a very successful businessman from a wealthy family, and it's very smart of him to bring his lawyer. Who knows what else is in those text messages?
If you have the means, always bring your lawyer to a situation like that.
So
Always.
Lally conducted the grand jury. Now that we rewind a little bit, the grand jury upgrading her charges to murder, which happened in April of 2022.
Right.
Lally conducted the grand jury, so he knew what Carrie testified to. Now, how did the defense get a hold of the grand jury transcript? Was that through the feds, or is that something that they get as a matter of course? Because they made a motion to dismiss the indictments, and that was not part of it. Because when this came out, this trial, that was news to all of us that have looked through every single document in this case.
Again, it's one of the many mysteries of things. But no, the grand jury testimony would be given as a matter of course. Absolute right to get that in discovery.
Yeah. So they had it when they made that motion, and they never brought up the Carrie Roberts thing, I guess, because it didn't help them. It didn't help the defense if Carrie Roberts said, I heard her say Google hypothermia.
There's a lot of things that didn't come out at the first trial that they had. Jennifer McCabe lying to the FBI. That's not new. That's in the FBI interview. That's not new.
Bad look for both of them. But I remember watching like the switch in Carrie Roberts from being the sympathetic dear friend of John O'Keefe to all of a sudden she's caught in this lie in front of the grand jury, and it was like the evil eyes came out. Like you could see. And I think back to your point about not being cross-examined in the first trial, they thought she came across very sympathetic and they didn't want to, risk it with her because they didn't know what she was going to say. And perhaps so much more has come out about her role behind the scenes in all of this, maybe.
I got a question for you guys.
Fair game. Yeah.
I got a question for you guys. Do you guys think that Jen McCabe caught Alan Jackson off guard with her sweet little soccer mom act that was like polar opposite of first trial? Or do you think that he wanted her to feel comfortable in that, and then once she felt comfortable, he just wrecked her? Because he ended up wrecking her. I'm just wondering, did he take the weekend to get himself together, or did he just bait her into being comfortable and make her feel like she got him? Because that Friday, Alan Jackson was like, he straight up tells Bev, he's like, I can't let it end like this, Your Honor. You know, like he's like, I need like a couple more questions. I can't let it end like this.
I don't think.
Let me just, before you start, Mark, I'll pass to you in a second, but I will say, if we're doing superlatives here, she wins best makeover since trial 1. She wins like best season 2, like glow up. And you can't tell me that wasn't intentional. Ed Wallace said, because he again watched both trials, he said there's no way that she was not watching videos on how to testify or being prepped by her law enforcement friends, because no witnesses do what she did, present in the way that she did. She was highly coached. Okay, best glow up. Now back to you, Mark. What do you think about Alan's handling of said glow up?
I mean, I think he handled it fine. I don't think it is that surprising. I mean, I think in many ways, and this is obvious from the first trial, even if she looked a little different, I mean, not that different, but I get it. She's contrived. She's very.
Her attitude too was much.
Well, no, we know that Alan handled it great. I'm asking, do you think he was caught by surprise by this new Jen McCabe, or?
No. I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think it factored in too much substantively. I mean, when she's looking around and saying we're just normal moms and we're just, you know, soccer moms or basketball moms and this, I mean, to me, the part that she did herself in, well, in one of the many parts, but the one that really sticks out is when you pour it on thick about how upset you were, which may very well even have been to some extent true. I mean, you're upset, whatever. But she gives the impression that this was just so bad for me. We couldn't function. And Carrie and I had became friends. There's a bond from this and we're whatever. And then it turns out you look at that family chat. And in that family chat, if there's one thing that comes out that doesn't come out in her messages with Carrie Roberts, which in my view were a form of a like tractor beam to pull her in to keep control of her, if you will.
Yeah.
They might have cared about a few things in that family chat. There's no evidence in the family chat that one of those was John O'Keefe, because I don't think his name literally mentioned in that exchange once. And it's also clear what they were primarily concerned about, which was one step ahead of the cops. What's going on? Who knows what? Where are we? What do they know? And that doesn't mean anyone killed anyone. That doesn't. But it means it's very incriminating that they are concerned and worried about things. And it's not about losing their friend.
No.
Right. That's, I was just going to say, you're right, man. Like, it's not just what you see to pay attention to, it's what you don't see. And in that text thread, there's no mention of their mourning of their friend. They're not consoling each other. They're not going, oh my God, I wish John was here. He would know what to do, wouldn't he, in a situation like this? Ironically, that kind of banter that people would have when they're mourning and they're trying to get to the bottom of things, none of that is there.
Right.
None of it.
Again, and they can do this through their expert, Green, assuming he testifies, which I imagine he will, is go through more in depth her Google searches beyond the famous one, including the time that she Googled herself and John O'Keefe within a day or two of the incident, which is a strange thing to do, certainly yourself, unless you're trying to see, am I part of this publicly? Are people going to know that I'm somehow involved? And of course, the first question you're asking is, involved with what? If he's just your friend who didn't show up, and that's a tragedy. I mean, if that were true, that would be tragic. But as part of that analysis, to sit there and say, let me see if, I'm in the Boston Globe about this, it's pretty freaking weird.
Yeah. That's a red flag for sure.
Oops. Yep. Are they on to me? Right? Are they on to me?
Yeah.
What do you think? All right, let's talk about what's going to happen next. What's going to happen next? We know that Lucky was in the courtroom. Well, Lucky was seen in the courthouse on Friday. We saw Kelly Dever come into court, and we saw the friend of Chippy Bear Proctor come in. What are your thoughts on whether she will allow him to testify as the authenticity of the text message? I cannot see any world in which he wouldn't be allowed to. But again, here we are on the upside down, inside out Hunger Games of Norfolk County. What are your thoughts on that?
She has to. I mean, he's identified his phone number. He's identified all the other people on the chain. He's identified Proctor. He's identified reading the messages, receiving the messages. He's identified that the papers put in front of him were a true and accurate depiction of, a fair and accurate copy of the communications. I mean, Brennan's argument is, yeah, but he can't remember what he had for breakfast in 1988 when they discussed it in that chain. So,
right. He doesn't remember he doesn't remember typing that message, but he didn't say it wasn't him. He said, there's no reason it wouldn't be. It's my phone number.
Right. He's not disputing it. Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, she has to if that's how they want to do it, it's not how I would do it, but that's neither here nor there. If they want to do it that way, there's no basis to deny it.
Did anybody find it weird that she made that it was Brennan's motion, but she made Yannetti argue it first?
I thought that was odd too. If he's the one that has an objection to it, why didn't he get up and argue it, Mark? Why was it done in the reverse order? No, you get up. You tell me why. You tell me why I should allow it.
I'm only from the Glarer Institute of Law and stuff. Okay, that's it. So I have to ask you.
Is that affiliated with the Twitter law school?
Yes.
God, I hope not.
Yeah, well, mine is much more prestigious, Mark.
I know.
I mean, yes, it's much more prestigious. Thank you.
I think it was wrong. He did the voir dire. So now wouldn't it be up to Brennan now to get up and say, okay, well, he didn't prove this, that, and the other, so you can't let it in? Am I muted?
No, we hear you.
I was looking at my phone, and I can't hear my phone. So.
I mean, it's customary when somebody makes a motion that you argue your motion, and then the other side in opposition argues against it. But yeah, you don't start with a negative and say that. Yeah, that's just not how it's done. I don't know why they did it unless it was just Friday late in the day and nobody gave a shit.
Well, it's like mommy's helping again, and I feel like that a lot. I feel like there's a lot of help being given to the prosecution. The roles seem so reversed in this trial that I'm always calling the prosecution the defense.
When you guys were talking earlier about when she ruled against Trooper Paul's stuff, I was like, I was yelling at my screen when that happened. I was yelling. I was so mad. It seemed so unfair. It seemed so biased. I was like, this woman is
that was bad.
The worst.
I feel like Brennan really, really, really wants the defense to call Proctor. And I'm thinking this guy is so slimy. There's a reason. He's got a plan for this. Does he have a deal with Proctor? I don't know. I just don't know why he wants them to call Proctor so badly.
So I think it's a bluff. I think it's talking talk. I think he's trying to, fake tough guy act. But the reality is, if they call him, then he can cross-examine him. And if he's cross-examining, you know what he's going to do. He's going to basically testify and use Proctor as his vessel to communicate what he wants to get out with yes or no questions. So in that regard, there's risk. But what can Michael Proctor say that will be harmful to the defense and helpful to the prosecution? I would posit nothing, and I wouldn't be deterred from it. And there's just too many important things, I think, to get out that I think it would be a mistake to leave it on the table. It's certainly, I understand the argument. I don't think it's crazy to do it the other way, but also, excuse me, keep in mind, because they're offering a case at all, if the defense didn't put on any case whatsoever and Proctor wasn't a witness, the prosecution would have a problem with burden shifting and summation by pushing back about, well, why didn't the defense call Proctor when they were pointing the finger at them saying, why didn't you call your lead investigator? But there's a big difference here. They are putting on a case. They are calling witnesses.
Mhm.
And when they point the finger at the DA and say, you don't call your lead investigator, which is a compelling argument, by the way, it still is, but it is minimized slightly. I don't think that much, that Brennan can now push back and say, listen, why didn't they? If he's so wonderful, okay? And Brennan will say he doesn't matter to the case. It's all about science. I mean, he's going to
with
say,
a straight face too. He's going to say it with a straight face.
Going to say they could have called him. They chose not to. So how much does he really have to offer? I mean, and don't forget, Brennan gets the last word. So
Right.
That's a dynamic here. That whole give and take and summation about how much you want to pin Proctor on them is different when you do put on a case as opposed to no case, and then they can't burden shift and say, why didn't you call witnesses? And that's reversible error.
What do you think about calling Proctor? Well, do you think the defense should call Proctor? Do you think the jury wants to hear from Proctor? Or is it better to have him as like the anonymous evildoer?
I don't know what's better.
I don't either. I mean,
that's where I draw the line. You guys are the lawyers. I'm not.
Yeah, but if you were on the jury, would you want to hear from him?
If I was on the jury, I would want to hear from him. But at the same time, I understand because I actually went over this yesterday, like in depth. I went over David Yanetti's argument about it. And I was just thinking out loud the whole time. And I feel like I understand why they don't want to do that. Because it gives Brennan the last word, and it gives Proctor an opportunity to make himself look good.
That's what I'm thinking.
You know what I mean? So like it gives him that second chance to sit up there, and then the defense takes that risk, and then if the somehow he tricks Brennan, trains him well enough to get the jury to like him in some way, or feel like his behavior is understandable in some way, then you got a problem. But so I don't know.
I totally disagree, but that's okay. I think, first of all, there's a very rational.
Please tell me why. Again, you're the attorney. Please tell me why.
To be clear, there's a very rational reason not to do it, and the risk. And I mean, those are all fair points. And I think, obviously, look at the people who are making this decision. They know what they're doing, and they, in all fairness, they know things that people in the public don't. So that's and so you analyze it however they do. But I would suggest that if there is a risk of making Michael Proctor look good, I would suggest that's impossible. Okay. There is nothing he can say. He can cry on the stand. He can do whatever he wants and say, I shouldn't have done this, but it was still a fair investigation. No, it wasn't. He did a terrible investigation. He said terrible things. You make him read them. You do this. No one's going to think he's the sympathetic figure in the courtroom. You can absolutely torch him on what he didn't do in this case, about the lies in the search warrant, which are really important for the timeline on planting taillight and things like that. I mean, you could go on with all the things that relate to this guy, but I'm not worried that all of a sudden he's going to look good. And, he's terminated for bias against Karen Reed. And by the way,
but what if Bev doesn't allow that information in?
Now that's coming in to the extent if some of it's already
so like his termination order will come in.
Well, whether the order comes in or not, you don't work there anymore because you got terminated, and you got terminated. Who cares about the order?
How do you hide that? Right.
Well, the reasons why, and they called him the lead investigator, by the way, in that termination.
By the way, I would love to go after him about, are you the lead investigator? And you can't lose. You're either going to get another round of shenanigans where he did all the work but says, I'm not the lead investigator, or in some miracle, you know what he does? He says, well, yeah. And now Buchanan is kneecapped, totally kneecapped. The other thing with Proctor, you get to do what prosecutors used to call, or at least where I come from, a double direct, right? The more you can get it in again as the lead investigator. Let's watch the waterfall video. You see what Higgins is doing there? You see that? Did you question him about that? No, not even when you were sitting there. He's with his lawyer. He hands you the cell phone messages that are like he gave to you himself. He didn't turn over his phone. You know, you see him pointing at John O'Keefe. You didn't talk to him about that. You see Chris Albert holding him back. Did that strike you as suspicious? Did you talk to Chris Albert about that? Did you do it? I mean, you could go on, and you didn't take pictures of this. You didn't do that. Talk about the Sallyport video that he hid in his back pocket for 2 years. You never shared that. It was important enough to put in your folder. You never told this guy and make Lally uncomfortable, right? This guy right here was running the case. You never talked to him about it. You never said, I have video of the car when we first brought it in the Sallyport. No, he never asked you about it. Really? Never. To me, I would just, this is, and if you really, really think he's going to be sympathetic and he says, I'm really sorry. Well, he said that the first time. Okay. He tried it. You know, I shouldn't have done it. It was inappropriate. And then he did, and that was in the prosecution's case in chief. And then he did something really interesting right after the summation. He emailed Adam Lally and said, Jackson's an asshole. So,
Really? Oh, yeah, I forgot that part.
That's right.
That's right.
So, wait a minute. How sincere is that faux apology the first time if you went right back to doing it? And then the other point we talked about earlier, and every now and then, and then the real, this is like an underrated point, but I swear to God, this is like really important. They have not finished the cross-examination of Jennifer McCabe and other witnesses, and you need Proctor because he took the reports of all of these inconsistencies to do that. And I'm not leaving that. I mean, this I hit him, if you believe it, is important evidence for the prosecution. Wouldn't it be delicious to use Proctor to discredit it?
Because a lot of people are hanging their hat on her confessions, her alleged confessions. That's what a lot of the people on the other side say. She confessed. Look at all these look at all these interviews she did.
First of all, y'all need to hit the like, because that is, since Judge Bev denied Mark Bederow, the mighty Mark Bederow, of being on that team, you just heard the closest thing to Mark Bederow crossing Michael Proctor. So y'all need to hit that like.
But we're not going to get that chance in the other case either, because that charge got tossed. So
wait, we could do that right now. How about Will you be Proctor? I'll be the judge, and Mark, you cross-examine him. Ready, go. That would be so fun, wouldn't it? Because Will is really good at like improv. And Mark, you already know what you want to say.
Uncontrollable. And the worst part, look,
I don't know. That's a big reach. I don't know how to act like a.
I mean, look, in all fairness, it would almost certainly have to be a direct to Proctor, which is harder, no question. I don't think she's going to declare him hostile, because that's just not, it's a discretionary thing, and at least not initially. But to me, the risk reward, it in my view, it's a no-brainer. And if I were in the room arguing as this is being debated, I would be pushing as hard as you can to say, give me reasons why we're not doing this. And it's not because I'm concerned that Proctor is going to be sympathetic. If he comes off as sympathetic, then we're all doing something wrong here. I mean, that just can't be. The jury's going to hate him. And they didn't call him. The defense does it. And they can look at the jury in summation and say, these are important witnesses. Who's calling them? Not them, us. And I think that is so much more powerful by blaming them and saying, we brought him in because they were too chicken shit to do it. That's not the word I would use, obviously.
To Will's point, just hear me out on this.
Yeah.
Just spitballing here.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people who didn't watch the first trial found Jennifer McCabe to be very credible. They don't know what we know. They didn't see her testify the first time. They don't know about all the behind stage shenanigans, tomfoolery, and ballyhoo she's been involved. They don't know. They thought she came across credible. Many people that are watching this for the first time.
Okay.
And in large part, I think that is due to the coaching, the glow up, and the things. I don't know if she was on some sort of lorazepam or whatever, but she was like even keeled the whole time. Like, she did not get angry the way that Kerry Roberts did and the way that she did during the first trial.
It was as though she was using key words that she was coached to use in order to affirm herself and calm down. Like when she would say, "I'm sorry," she would actually use "I'm sorry" to calm herself down and get
a lot
right
of
back
apologies.
But wouldn't a jury perhaps, at least potentially, find her less credible if here comes Proctor and he talks about the reports he took and she never said it?
Back to my point. Let's say he comes in with his beard now. Now he comes in with his beard and his mustache. He's got a full beard. Now maybe he's got hair now. He's got a whole head of hair. He's getting a glow up. Now we're going to make him over. We're going to have him fall on the sword. He's going to be humble. He's going to come in here and say, I wrote those text messages to my buddies because I was so angry about the death of a fellow brother in blue. And I was so angry and I knew that she did it. And he's had a year to work on this script, right?
Perfect. And one of the things that I thought they should have crossed him on that.
And he's desperate.
Okay, fine.
He's got nothing to lose now, though. Will he turn on the Commonwealth? This is like a soap opera that I can't get out of.
At the time that you sent those messages to your friends and you were so emotionally traumatized by this, vehicular homicide, understanding it was a police officer. You had already been a homicide detective for 10 years. By the way, a homicide detective is in the business of doing what? Of investigating people who kill other people. And certainly you've seen other just horrific and gruesome cases. I mean, you want to open that door? Let's open that door. I don't know about women who get chopped up allegedly by their husbands.
Oh, yeah, he did do the Welsh investigation. That was a year later, though.
But whatever. But he's saying, I'm traumatized. You're right. Any other case, is that the only time that in your life that you've gotten emotional trauma? Okay. In a murder?
But this is the cop. Cross-examine me. I'll be him. Okay. I mean, but it was a cop. This is a fellow brother in blue. I can't just stand by and allow this woman to get away with it. These guys in the house, they were cops too. They would never do such a thing.
But the argument becomes, if you are that emotionally traumatized, number one, you're not fit for duty. Number two,
well, we know that.
Ask it differently, Miss Little.
Number two,
I got terminated over this. I got fired over this. I got fired because of this case, because of my passion in this case, because I knew that I needed to have this woman.
The defense point.
I lost my job. I lost everything.
If that's his answer, you're feeding right into the defense narrative, which is, you know what? You should have recused. There was a conflict. You were emotionally involved. And are you basically saying that you can't investigate any death or murder of a police officer?
Yeah, I can't anymore because they fired me over this case.
Wow.
What is your name again? We haven't been formally introduced.
I'll allow it.
What, I'm sorry. I lost my job over this. Everything I have, I gave to this investigation. What did they do? They terminated me. They terminated me because they needed me to be the fall guy.
Listen. That's great.
I mean, I just don't know. Because remember how sedated he was the first trial.
All of that. I think it's
very
great.
Sedated. He seemed to be like, if you didn't know who he was and what a slime ball he was, he seemed to be nice.
He's going to be the fall guy. You can say, sir, has it ever occurred to you that one of the reasons you might have been terminated because you told your sister that you wish she'd go fucking kill herself, and then you can get into all the other mess? You think that might have had something to do with it?
Well, because
I also have a leaky balloon knot, and so I feel that I have the right to talk about leaky balloon knots because I suffer from one myself. I mean, who knows what this guy's going to say, dude? Who knows what he's going to say?
He's had a year to script it, and now that he's not employed anymore by the Massachusetts State Police, he can go to the viewing parties at the American Legion Hall with the rest of the the friends and fam, and they could make a timeline, and they can make a list, and they could talk about what needs to be said to protect the fam. Perhaps, maybe, in my opinion,
there are reasonable views on this. I mean, again, I don't think this is crazy,
right?
Review, but
trust me, I want to see him on the stand.
I want to see it.
I mean, we all want to see it. It's just a question of is it the best thing for Karen's case?
I'm not getting deterred out of fear about what this guy could try to say that would grant him sympathy, or more importantly, justify. I mean, forget about the text and the sympathy. you want to walk him through what he did not do in the investigation and drive it home and talk about all the weird things he did do. And it doesn't matter what he says. He's going to admit what he did and what he didn't do in terms of interviewing this person or waiting this, didn't do this, report that. I didn't voucher the evidence and put it away for this time. I didn't prepare a report for this. I didn't take a photograph of the car. I mean, imagine talking to this guy about the training he has, about gathering evidence. I mean, they never really did that kind of stuff. Let's talk about, I mean, that's to me how you cross-examine a cop. Let's talk about all the training you had in the academy, when you went to detective school, when you became a homicide guy, You know, you're looking at the vehicle as the murder weapon. I mean, right? The smoking gun. And your view is that, your theory is that that car caused the death that you're so traumatized about. You stumble upon that car and the whole taillight is blown out. That's great for you. That wonderful. And, you know, is it normal policy to just not take a picture? Why didn't you? I don't care what he says. It doesn't matter. The judge even finds it to be an improper question. I mean, you could go on and on. And like, don't forget the other thing. He claims he went down there because he spoke to Jennifer McCabe and whatever, never went to the crime scene. He ordered a tow truck before he ever went down there and saw the car, before he ever talked to Karen. And what does that tell you when you break that down? That is the strongest evidence you'll ever see that they were doing her for this no matter what. And that was tunnel vision of the worst kind, or worse. Tunnel vision would be a compliment to him at this point, or we're just doing her dirty. But the bottom line is, you ordered the tow truck based on what Jen McCabe told you. I mean,
that's all they had at that point.
I have a thought.
One last point, because I'm going to forget this. I'm sorry.
No, go.
No. I get you, man. It happens to me all the time.
That's why I have a pen.
The three-point turn that Burgess has effectively, I suppose, said happened on Cedar Crest, I think, at 12:23, nowhere near 34 Fairview, at least out of the line of sight. Well, now you have a problem, because you have both McCabe's are saying, you know, I saw in the street in the very light snow, which is probably not even
tracks. Yeah,
I saw tracks, which were essentially, Matt McCabe said it, is a 3-point turn. Now, that's interesting, because earlier that day, Mr. Proctor, not Trooper Proctor, interviewed Karen, who I think made reference to a 3-point turn. And you can ask Proctor, in the early stages of this case, your theory was that she killed him in a 3-point turn. Yes. And that occurred in front of 34 Fairview. Yes. And all of a sudden, now here come the McCabe's. They say that they saw something that can't be, because the 3-point turn triggered down the street 10 minutes earlier, not where he said it was. So how did Matt McCabe even know, or Jen McCabe too, even know to say, oh yeah, I saw the 3-point turn?
Because Karen told Proctor and Buchanan that when they interviewed her at her parents' house, she said something about 3-point turn, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, no, but that's not, you're missing the middleman. That's what they told.
Well, that they told them.
Okay, so if Proctor told the McCabe's,
right?
Well,
or Buchanan, or one of them.
Well, let's take your pick. Take either one.
Somebody's reporting.
That's framing. That's false evidence. That's not true, and there's no way the McCabe's could have seen that. And so the question is, where did that come from? It had to come from Proctor and Buchanan, and you factor it in with everyone else that they have, everything else they have. None of this is coming out if they don't call him.
All right, so what if this?
If you guys have to go, I don't want to keep you here all night, because I could talk all night. So when you guys want to go, let me know.
I'm just everyone's doing stuff around. They left me alone, so I'm like,
I'm
thinking of going to Woodford. Well, no, I'm kidding.
Do it
for me.
Do it.
What if this is simply just the defense not calling Proctor is a time management thing? Like, what if?
No,
Like,
you
let's not forget that this is a.
That's not a.
We don't know if they're going to call him. Wait, do we know for sure he's not getting called? Hold on.
No, we don't know.
Okay, we don't know. Okay.
Right, we don't know. But I'm saying, hypothetically, if they were not going to, right, and for lack of a better term, a time management thing, because let's not forget that this is a third-party culprit defense is what they're going with here, right? So what if they are focusing a lot more of their energy and time into Higgins? Does that make sense?
I feel like they are, but I feel like Proctor didn't
and wait a
even look
second,
into Higgins, right?
I want to
And
be
there
clear
was
with the
so many
chat.
red
I'm not
flags.
debating with anybody here.
Right.
I know my place. I am not an attorney.
No.
I'm picking brains.
But that's
is
a
what I'm
great
doing.
point, because if they are going to focus more on Higgins, then the questions for Proctor are: you saw this video on the bar. Why didn't you ever look at this guy? This guy comes in for your to do interview with you and hands you text messages that he was trying to get with Karen Reed. How did you never consider him to be a suspect? You never even looked at him. Right?
If you're really emphasizing Higgins as a possible,
you need him even more. Yeah.
You need Proctor even more. These witnesses go together, or you do it, however, again, all disclaimers apply. These people are top level and know what they're doing and know things that we're not privy to. So, and no, we don't know that he's not testifying, but they're not calling the friend to authenticate messages if Proctor's testifying. So that, I mean, that it seems pretty obvious that he's not. But if you're calling Higgins, you call Proctor. It's all part of the same general evidence.
I feel like the jury needs.
Higgins.
I feel like the jury needs the whole story, and without those two main evil characters here, the Higgins, who apparently we know he's got no game. He also doesn't know about the bro code. You don't try and get with your buddy's girl, and yeah, she was flirting with him for attention or what, but it gives it so much more context.
I really truly hope that the defense really, this is my theory, but I feel very strongly about it. The motive with Higgins is not Karen. The motive with Higgins was impressing Brian Albert. It's all over the video. It's all over the behavior. Listen, there's a 2-week gap between silence between their text messages. He wasn't chasing her, but there you see Brian Albert kind of egging him on. He's doing everything to impress him. He's not peacocking for her in that waterfall footage. He's peacocking for him.
Why harm him? Why does Brian Albert need John O'Keefe to be harmed?
Because for his own personal entertainment, for all we know, he's telling Higgins is telling him, hey, this is what happened with me and this girl and blah, blah, blah. And Brian Albert's going, what? You ain't banged her yet? What's your problem? Blah, blah, blah. What are you gay? This and that. Blah, blah, blah. They've been drinking all day. And then, who you calling gay? And then they start grab-assing. And then, the next thing you know, he's yelling and screaming at John across the bar. He's like, dude, if you don't kick this guy's ass and bang his girl tonight, you're gay. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of BS. You know what I'm saying? And then the next thing you know, and John is just kind of like in that footage, like, I don't know what's going on, but whatever. And he knows. John already knows about Higgins and Karen.
I think he knew too. Yeah.
He asked her, did you guys hook up? He knew that there was something there.
He also said, I hope your plumber's hot, just like was in the messages of like, you're hot. No, you're hot. You're hot. How long have you thought I was hot? When did you think I was hot?
My God.
Right. So there's all of this going on. And then Brian Albert, and then, he's yelling at him from across the bar. Chris Albert is the one stopping him. Brian Albert steps in, and then that's when Chris Albert kind of backs down. So Brian is absolutely facilitating what's going on between Higgins and John O'Keefe. So therefore, Brian's like, bring it to my house. Chris doesn't want it next door to his job. Cool. Bring it to my house. And that's how John gets over there.
Do you not want to ask Proctor why, if you had knowledge of all of that is depicted, that you didn't see fit to look into that and
Right.
dig deeper because of your tunnel vision.
Right.
Yeah. But like, yeah, how did you not pick up on this?
Yeah, and then
Because you
destroying his
didn't ask-
phone.
Because you didn't ask the questions to the right people. You didn't ask these people
Do
anything.
you want to ask him again? To me, there's a certain manner of cross-examining cops. It's very different than other people, and you build them up. Ones that you don't believe, you're training, you're efficient, you're careful. I mean, there's no way to answer that other than yes. He's not gonna say no. I suck at my job. That's just not how any normal person talk. And so you say to him, like, it's important, in any investigation to gather as much evidence as is possible to support the theory you're working on or disprove it, whatever, right? Yes. So the theory that you're working on after the 3-point turn thing is that there's this, she slams it in reverse, right? Hits him by the flagpole, right? There's no dispute. That's what they're going with. That's where in that area is where he was hit, maybe a little before by the fire hydrant, and he went to the flagpole, whatever. The point is, their theory is that the car accident started in front of the so-called Asian house. She would have had to floored it from in front of that house. Okay.
And then hit him and then went another 34 feet.
Right. So the point is,
it's a new theory.
Now that you do this after you've already established that he's credible, he's careful. I look for the most evidence because I want to prove or disprove my theory. Okay, so now you've established that the theory is it started in front of the Asian house. I'm just calling it that because that's what they call it in the text. Okay. Are you familiar with what a neighborhood canvas is? What is it? And he'll say that's banging on doors looking for evidence. And you've done canvases in your career. In fact, you do them all the time, right? Former detective, whatever the hell you are. You know that Fairview had all these houses on both sides. And so naturally, we just talked about that the accident started in front of whatever the Asian house is. So,
wait, aren't those neighbors on the witness list? I think they are. Okay.
They are. So the point would be, former trooper or whatever you want to call him, naturally, tell us how many times you went and knocked on the Asian house door to see if anyone was home and saw anything. And the answer is going to be 0. Okay. And how many times did you knock on the door? There's another house across the street there. That's the Kelleher residence. You've heard of him, right? And that house is kind of also positioned closer to the Asian house where this might have started and Tell us how many times you knocked on that door. 0. How about the house next to that? I mean, you could just pound this guy for hours on how pathetic a police officer he was. And I'm not giving that up because he might cry and say, they treated me unfairly.
Sorry for me.
I'm a good man.
Proctor taking the stand is Bederow You. It's the same. He's dying on this hill. I love it.
I know.
He's dying on this hill.
And I wish he was the one in there. I wish you were in there. But I think that the judge denied your pro hoc status because she's afraid of you. She's afraid of Big Bad Bederow, and that's it. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Here's another thing. Because you were just talking about the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest at 12:23. They gotta call Julie Nagel. Because the screenshot of those text messages between Julie Nagel and Ryan Nagel show that Ryan Nagel is outside in the truck at 12:23. He texts them here. And he testified Karen got there before them. She moved up so they could pull in. It throws their whole timeline off again. She could not have been doing the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest at 12:23 when Juliana Nagel has a screenshot that Jennifer McCabe told her to send her that I think it's at 12:20. Chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong on the timing of this.
Really
According
good
to Higgins' testimony, his Jeep was parked there. She couldn't have backed into him if Higgins' Jeep was parked
that
there.
too. But let's even just now blow up their timeline again.
That's why. Because I was thinking, Julie Nagel saw the blob allegedly. Okay, so of all of these witnesses that they're not calling, your natural instinct would be to think, well, that might be the one you call to just at least. From them, meaning the prosecution, to establish he was there.
Right. And they didn't.
And I'm sitting there thinking, what's going on here? That's a weird no call given what they're doing. And I think you just answered the question, because more importantly, she nukes the timeline that they need with Burgess and all that stuff and the car accident and everything else. That's why.
Yep. Because the only person who claims they may have saw the body on the lawn is her.
Right.
Why wouldn't they call her?
Yeah.
That's why. Because that screenshot that Jennifer McCabe asked for says exactly what time Ryan was outside with me, which means Karen got there even sooner than they did.
It's a really
you guys,
good
I love your super chats, but please, while Mark is on, just don't. I'm not going to read them till later. So, till after he goes. So just guide your actions accordingly, as we like to say. All right. So I think they got to call Juliana Nagle. That's that's my 2 cents.
That's interesting.
Kelly Dever,
What?
Dever, who was sitting in court all day on Friday. She worked for Canton PD at the time. She took over the desk, right? Will, she took over the desk when Sergeant Good.
I'm not the expert on her, so
I think
she's Canton police officer. She did the dispatch. And also, if she's sitting there the rest of the day doing dispatch, would have the camera system, the eyes of the building, and would know who's going in and out of the Sally Port. I don't know what she'll say. We've heard rumors about people going in and out of Sally Port, but what you do know is that sometime after January of 2022, she got the hell out of the Canton Police Department, and went to another
she's with
department.
Boston PD,
and that's interesting. Now,
that's all I know about her, is that she was Canton PD and now she's Boston PD.
I will tell you this: they're based on the Proctor issue, for example. If they're not calling Proctor, they're being really selective on who they're willing to call. I mean, because Proctor, to me, again, that's one you do. They see it differently, okay?
Right?
But even as limited as they're going to be, they see her as a gotta call. That would scare the shit out of me if I'm the prosecution. Okay, then you get that absolutely ridiculous fake discovery request that they did.
Yes, please. That's where I want to go with this.
Saying, give us any statements you have of her. Of course, that's discoverable. But then if there aren't any, then, create a summary of what she might have told you, which is, I've never heard, you can't order discovery for things that don't exist and order them to create a document based on their memory of what she may or may not have said. If they took notes, they have to disclose it. If they made a report, they have to disclose it. But telling the lawyers or anyone else years later that, if you spoke to her and you didn't document it, then you need to create a report now. That is ridiculous.
Just how they created chain of custody. My other problem with that is that she works for Canton PD. She's a Boston police officer. They have access to her the same as the defense does. They could call her up and talk to her. They could call her in and say, come on in. We want to know what you're going to testify to. We have some questions for you. For some reason, she must not be willing to cooperate with them. And that also gives me pause. It makes you go,
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. I don't know what's going on there, but it's very interesting.
I mean, the only law enforcement that have responded to the scene that they have called, the only Canton police officer that they called was Gallagher. They called Garino, but he didn't really investigate. He just did some forensics.
Yeah, he did.
They called Charles Ray, who did the wellness check that wasn't necessary because everyone knew the kids were not home. Buchanan from MSP. And they had some people from crime scene services, but the only actual investigators that they called were Gallagher and Buchanan.
See, that should be a red flag to the jury, and it's something that you could only hope for. You know what I mean? It's something that you have to count on being in closing arguments, at least, is there have to point out. Look at the investigators involved in this case and the ones who they didn't call to testify. That should tell you how much they believe in the integrity of this investigation. So, I mean, if they don't even believe it, how are you supposed to believe it?
People are saying Kelly Dever might have walked into the Sally Port. She might be in some of the video. I heard that Gallagher called in and she was the one who answered the phone and said, what what's the address? Gallagher said, what's the address that I'm going to? And she said 32 Fairview. And then Gallagher said something like, oh, it's not even his house. That is another thing that's floating around out there. So they kind of knew maybe that it potentially could be Brian Albert. And so who knows what she saw when the car came in, if she was still on duty. I mean, she could have a lot of information that could be very good for the defense.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. So tomorrow, what do you think is going to happen tomorrow? Who do you think is going to be called? Any thoughts, questions, comments, concerns?
Dever, most likely, if not
Yeah.
the guy that got voir dired.
Lucky.
Yeah.
We have yet to hear from Lucky.
Yeah, and I would call him. That's another one for me. I would call.
I loved him last trial.
By the way, another one, because Will knows what I'm going to say. I'm going to talk about my shoe to hammer home with Proctor. They didn't do anything with Lucky until they realized he could be a problem for them. And then they really tried, to mess around with that whole process. So, look.
That's the only interview they recorded, and 80% of that interview was about Aiden Carney.
Right.
Just pointing that out. True.
I mean, look, the bottom line is if this guy testifies that he knows the Alberts, which he did, he even worked, I think, for Chris Albert at some point, didn't he? Or one of the other.
He delivered pizzas for D&E. Yes, he did. He knows them all from childhood.
It always all comes back to D&E. It's like the nucleus of all of this. He says he drove Frankenstein, right?
Frankenstein,
the plow.
Yes. The plow was Frankenstein.
And
it was really, really high up. It was so high.
And he says,
cool though.
Saw the lawn and nothing was there and no car was there. And then when I came back again, the car and this, and he might have a little
in trouble.
He might have a little slippage on his timeline, like about what time he made a pass and came the next time. But I'm not sure that really matters if he's not there the first time, right? Because by the prosecution's theory, he's got to be lying on the lawn at 12:32 and 39 seconds or whatever the hell it is.
Mm-hmm. And he knew that he had to watch out for the fire hydrant. So he knew that he had to be looking at the fire hydrant so he didn't hit it.
Wow, and that's another thing to look at too. The fire hydrant. The fire hydrant, when you look at the pictures taken at 34 Fairview on January 29th in the morning after sunrise, I mean, the snow is, you could tell by how high the snow is by looking at the fire hydrant. You could tell, if you could just picture a fire hydrant in your head, how high up off the ground it comes, and you see that much snow covering the fire hydrant. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that much. There's no way that, what was it, 11 people walked out of that house in the front and didn't see John O'Keefe laying there if he was laying there. A 6'2" man, 200 pounds. No way.
And out of all the people in the house, they only called two, Jennifer McCabe and Sarah Levinson, who really added nothing. So there's only two people that say he never came in the house, as opposed to Lally, who, for all of his faults, at least he had all of those people come up and say he never came in the house.
Don't forget the real wild card is that if you call Higgins, he told the feds, 6'2" man with brown hair who was not John O'Keefe, but conveniently looked like John O'Keefe, at least in terms.
But he knows John O'Keefe.
And, that's a real risk that Brennan made. And, again, you need Higgins to do this. But Sarah Levinson is pretty much nothing. But now, the first trial, you're right. He could argue, I have all these people to a man and woman that nobody saw anything. Now you're left with Jen McCabe. Her timeline is all kinds of screwed up with the text messages and the butt dials. She says, I always said I hit him. There's no evidence of that anywhere else. She's biased, obviously, in this mess.
She called Nicole at 5:07. That is new. We did not hear that last time.
Yeah.
That's why she didn't go in to make sure nobody was dead in the house, because she already knew.
Right. She lied to the FBI. There's no dispute. Yep. She didn't try to talk about brushing her teeth and all that. The point is, if they call Higgins, now it's 1-to-1 about whether someone came in.
Right.
And it's actually more than 1-to-1 because not only can you argue that Jennifer McCabe is lying and Higgins obviously admitted to the feds because they gave him 1001 warnings and he knew he had to tell them. So he told them. He didn't identify him, but he told them. You could make another point, which is this. Even if Jennifer McCabe was telling the truth on that issue, it's not inconceivable she didn't see him because he went to a different part of the house. Remember, she had problems with like the garage door or something?
Yes, I pointed that out. She's like, oh, look, yeah, there's a garage door there. Brian Albert grew up in that house. You've known Brian Albert since you were 6. You've been at that house your entire life, and you know exactly where that garage door was.
Maybe the 6'2" man with brown hair went into a part of the house that was more towards the garage and farther away from Jennifer McCabe, even if you believe her. The point is they've surrendered the righteous indignation argument they had in the first trial to say, we have an army of witnesses who all say it never happened, and they've given that away. And so it's a golden opportunity. And that's just one of like 30 reasons they really should, get Higgins in there.
Yeah. I think Lucky was supposed to be the fall guy. I think Lucky was supposed to be the fall guy. They were going to say, perhaps, if this happened, in my opinion, that he got hit by a plow. And that somebody put that idea in Karen's head. Karen did not call Jen McCabe and say, oh, he got hit by a plow. Click. No.
Right.
They put that out there because Lucky was going to be the guy. They knew Lucky from childhood. They knew Lucky plowed the street. Those marks on his arm could look like they came from a plow if Frankenstein had teeth, perhaps, right? Until Karen called up the next morning, wondering what happened, where he was, because maybe she did say, I remember him leaving him at the waterfall because she was like groggy, never came home. Who knows? And
yeah, so when Karen says, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Then Jen says, hey, she thinks she could have hit him. We just convinced her that she did. You know what I'm saying? She takes a guilty plea. Proctor's like, yeah, I'll put a little taillight over there, but whatever. You know what I'm saying? No big deal. She already thinks that she could have hit him. We let her know that she did, and let her know everything's going to be okay, blah, blah, blah. But, you're getting charged with this. And she takes a plea, and that's it. And then,
and if she takes a plea,
enter David Yannetti.
If she takes a plea, it's over. If not, it's going to be a whole other episode.
Enter the cerebral ninja. Game changer.
So for those of you that are watching this trial for the first time, those of you that did not watch season 1 and you're just tuning in on season 2, when Lucky testifies tomorrow, because you may have never seen him testify, keep that in mind. That I don't even know if he knows that he was supposed to be the fall guy, perhaps, maybe, in someone's opinion. And he's so genuine, and I really thought he was a great witness in the first trial. He was my favorite witness, aside from Karina Kolakithis, who I really hope they call her back too, because she was talked about how lovey-dovey they were in the bar, and she even gave her husband some shit when they got home. Like, why can't you be like that with me in public?
Yeah, they were nice. I like them. They were
so nice. So I think we're going to see Lucky tomorrow. I think we're going to see Kelly Dever, and then I guess maybe the judge will bless us with her ruling on the John. I think, what is his name? John Diamandis, or whoever the guy that came, Proctor's friend that came in. And then, a trial is a living, breathing thing. They got to make their decisions. It's not, I'm sure the defense, who they're calling, is not set in stone right now today. It's going to depend on things that are going to depend on things, I guess.
I gotta give a shout out to the Scott Messerschmidt and Kindergarten Cop.
Yes. We share mods, and they're amazing.
Yeah.
Love the Scotts.
What was I going to say?
Sorry, dude.
No.
You gotta have a pen. You gotta write it down. Otherwise, I forget to. And then people are like, "You're talking over." Then I'm like, "No, I'm just gonna forget what I'm gonna say. I'm just say it right now."
I was kind of hoping that they were gonna start with the Arca stuff, and when they did DeSoger, I thought, all right, maybe they're setting that up just because it comes right after the fiasco with the Aperture stuff.
Yeah,
and it nips.
I thought it was brilliant.
And it nips them in the bud. And I also think the Arca stuff opens up the plausibility of the taillight being there unnaturally, that the suspicious conduct of the people in the house, the Proctor stuff. To me, it's such a logical flow into this. And I only get worried about, you go, DeSogra, okay, fine. Again, I thought that was trending in what I'm talking about. And then you go to like a plow driver, and then you go to like a guy with text messages and a cop at the Canton police. Like now I feel like we're all over the place, and attention spans. I think if the evidence flows logically, I mean, like, give Brennan credit for one thing, at least one thing. In the beginning, I'm like, why is he doing this in the way he is? But then it occurred to me, he's doing this thematically with different chapters. Okay. I don't agree with what he's doing, but what he did.
There's a method to what he's doing.
He was telling a story.
Right.
So his first point was she admitted it. That was like the first week or two. Then he kind of moved into, I'm going to prove she was drunk. And you had all the evidence generally, again, this is not a perfect theory, but generally related to the alcohol. And then he went into what should have been the strongest and turned out to be quite weak, the science proving she did the accident. And I mean, I think that's better than, as best you can, just bouncing around. And I just thought that given that they finished with the Aperture people and they were really vulnerable, they're really weak, if you had come out strong with the really impressive guys, I mean, you could just kneecap them and then everything flows from there.
Dilute his theory immediately, like, because that's the last thing they heard. Let them bring in, the hot guys to come in and tell them exactly why that's not true. And also, they're not smarmy, they're not arrogant, they're down to earth. They know how to talk to the jury. They're very genuine guys. They have nice dimples, maybe.
Extremely likable guys, yeah, for sure.
Well, I said, a joke. I don't remember who I said it to, but the thing about like, Dr. Wolf, not other Dr. Wolf, Dr. Wolf, and the other one was that, like, after what you saw with the Aperture witness, the insufferability, and the Burgess obviously was just a disaster in so many ways. But, you bring in someone like Dr. Wolf, and it's like women love him and men want to be him. Like, this guy's great. Right? He presents well. He's polite. He's a good looking guy. He speaks well. He's got, ready for it, degrees, and he actually has them when he testifies that I have them and earn them. And he also did something else, which is really interesting in his analysis, and the same with the other doctor. They did science, and
they built a canon, and it was awesome.
You can also say, like, unlike the other two, I saw pictures of the taillight and I listened to Karen's interviews, and this is all part of my scientific method. These guys are going to say, I don't care about the taillight pieces. I don't care about this because I'm using something called physics. And physics is hard science, and it's mathematical, and it's not really open to, unless you don't believe in science, it's not open to interpretation. Like, there are mathematical formulas, and based on all this stuff, this doesn't compute in our opinion. That would be so powerful right now.
Agreed. Sorry.
Just one quick thing before you go. Write it down. Also, it would put the judge in a really, really, really good mood. Okay, move on.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
most importantly, right.
From a layman's perspective, it just seems like from somebody who just has always been interested in watching trials. Well, not always, but for the last few years, a lot. And one thing I've learned is what ultimately matters is the jury's perspective and how they see everything, right? Ultimately, that's what matters. And it's brilliant to set things up this way. The way, just piggybacking off of Mark's opinion here, it's brilliant to set things up this way because you want to maintain the jury's attention. So they've got this already great momentum coming off of how ridiculous Welchure was, going right into, I forget how to pronounce his name, but this gentleman who's not Arca, but a great witness. DeSogra, thank you.
The Italian Delta Data Daddy.
Awesome. Yes.
The Italian Data Stallion.
All that. Right. And then you want to get all that technical stuff out of the way. Go into Arca, like you said, Mark. Go into Arca, beautiful flow, and then you go into the third-party culprit. Start nailing like the dirty cop shit, all of that stuff. because you want to keep the jury's attention. You don't want to get them on the edge of their seats right off the bat with that and then go into the technical ARCA stuff and bore them.
There's one fact, or at least one thought process, the defense has to get out in order to win. And if they don't do it, they can't win. They have to have the jury believe that it is entirely plausible that that taillight was put there unnaturally. It didn't come from that. And the best way to immediately put that in the eyes of the jury and then explain it is through these guys. And then all of a sudden, the Proctor and Higgins and the people in the house, the text, all that, it's already plausible, and you're stacking.
Because there's dramatics to that. That's dramatics to that. The jury's going to be like, oh my God, what? I got to hear what he's got to say about that. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole nother vibe to that type of evidence as there is the technical evidence.
I mean, put it this way. If you do the ARCA guys and the jury already thinks, okay, they're telling us that they don't think there's a car accident here. Again, paraphrasing. That's not literally what they're going to say. Right. By default, you're thinking, well, there's that taillight there. There's the taillight. Wow. Maybe somebody really put it there. And then the next thing you know, you're getting into Michael Proctor talking to text messages about, don't worry about the guy. You know, the girl's going down for this.
He's a Boston cop too.
On and on and on and all this other stuff. And you sit there and you say, oh my God, they really could have planted this.
Yeah.
This guy, they got fired. My shoe.
That guy. The guy who we see over by the taillight in that video they tried to show us that was inverted, and they said that was the driver's side, but really it was the passenger side. And there he is skulking around behind that taillight. And what time is that video? But then time drifts, so maybe that's not really the time of the video because time drifts now. So that's not necessarily the right time.
Use your eyes. People. Use your eyes.
Anytime. I'm just thinking that I like your theory. I like your idea about calling all the technical stuff first and then ending with the drama. I like that a lot. Maybe they're taking Kelly Deaver out of order because it's June and Dever because it's June and she's got her kids graduate. Like, who knows why? They could be just taking her out of order. And Diamandis was just coming in for an offer of proof. So they may just save him for the end.
Right. They could. And I wouldn't even end with the drama. To me, that would be the middle act because then I would finish up with the other experts on the dog and whatever. And again, you've already gotten into the fact that, might have happened here. And now here comes Russell and Wing, and they're going to say, look, this looks like a dog taillight. Now, a dog taillight, a dog bite. If you also put this in context about how critical it is to make sure the jury fully accepts that it's plausible that the taillight didn't get there naturally. Another reason you want Proctor, again, the Sallyport video that he hid, okay? And yeah, that's my word, hid. He can say
the judge said he hid it.
But here's
the judge decided that. We never heard any evidence of it.
That includes the inverted video, which happens to include, wouldn't you know it, Michael Proctor hanging out by the right taillight, doing God knows what, but the video that was previously introduced in court was flipped in a way to conceal that. And you get that all out there, get that he held the video, all of this after the ARCA guys. And again, I asked, what is someone like Proctor going to say about, but I'm, feel bad for me. I did nothing.
Tell me if I missed something. I might have fallen asleep during this part of Welcher's testimony, but did he explain the arm injuries? Because I don't remember him explaining the arm injuries.
That was the paint.
But he didn't explain how the taillight broke at 8 miles an hour, hitting a human arm. He said it could.
Right where I have paint, which is that's why it's from the car. Because at 2 miles an hour at my own angle, which may or may not have been what John O'Keefe did, I got pain on my arm. So that's consistent.
It exploded and just bit him like all at the same time, all in perfect linear abrasions that should have been horizontal or vertical, and they were the wrong way. Thank God for Olivia. Olivia, if you're out there.
Yeah, man. Olivia is a Twitter blessing. Her and Joe Flipper had fantastic.
I don't know that they showed how the arm injuries were caused. I'm still confused. And if I'm confused, that's the one thing they did not try and explain. At least Trooper Paul tried.
They deliberately avoided it.
But they kept showing pictures of the arm.
Right.
They kept showing the pictures of the arm. And, you know, why are the shirts in museum glass all of a sudden? Like they're going to be hanging in the Hard Rock Cafe, like an album cover. What is going on there? Because when you look at the injuries, when you look at the damage to the clothing from the outside, it's not slices, it's puncture marks, like teeth.
Right. It's.
I would ask to take it out. I mean, you know, if it's relevant to Russell, for example, or what's his name, Garrett Wing, the other
Garrett Wing.
If it's relevant to them, I would say, Your Honor, you know, it's lovely that it's all properly mounted, like, you know, we hang sports jerseys and whatnot, but you know, we kind of need the evidence, not the display. So with all due respect, we crack that open, and you know, she's on trial for her life here. So let's not hide the evidence behind a frame.
Right. I didn't see any issue with that because I mean it's just shows for showing the thing in full display. It looks like it's being preserved in some way, but it was all creased up.
Yeah,
you know,
no.
Like if you're gonna have it out, if you're gonna have it in there, have it spread out evenly, no creases, so you can see every part of that, every hole clearly, everything.
Well, and I think what you don't, again, I'm not an expert in this, but if you have all those slash marks on two different directions, really, I think
it was like they were trying to hide them.
How that matched
folded the shirt up
with the tiny little holes in his hoodie. I mean, wouldn't the hoodie get shredded and have longer sliding holes if it's getting pulled by the material?
Of course, it would snag. It would snag, just like Kerry Roberts loved to say about that. I was afraid somebody was going to catch their sweater on that piece of metal sticking outside of that tail light, which, by the way, Welchure never used in any of his analysis.
Right.
That
So
piece of metal, that was supposed to be...
in essence, John O'Keefe gets out of Karen Reed's vehicle onto the grass because she's right alongside the curb. John O'Keefe gets out on the grass, deliberately walks behind Karen Reed's SUV in the snow, holding a glass, throws his glass at the bumper, right? She guns it in reverse at 24 miles per hour,
well,
right?
8 miles an hour, he says now.
But
It's
now
changed.
8 miles per hour. Okay. And it's snow but don't forget, Brian Higgins is parked right in front of the mailbox.
Mm-hmm.
And so then she runs into him, manages to have amazing brakes and tires that don't slide in the snow at that speed in such a short distance, and then hits Boston police officer John O'Keefe. He goes flying through the air and then goes all the way by the flagpole, up to the flagpole.
And her car keeps going another 34
Never
feet.
touches, neither he or Karen Reed's SUV touches Brian Higgins' Jeep plow that he's got in the front, by the way. So, and then he ends up by the flagpole because that makes perfect sense, right?
And he just stood there while she backed up at him.
Right. He just stood there while
he
did it. Right. Yeah.
Come on, bro.
You got the wrong glass on the bumper, which makes no sense.
Right.
Dudes, my dudes. Welchure went to the distributor who sells the Waterfall their cocktail glasses and bought a replica of that. Are you kidding me? That was so weird. Where did he find the exact same shirts, the exact same jeans, the exact same shoes? How many hours did he bill for that?
Well, that's on top of that. We didn't find out whether that $325 was just fees or did that include expenses for this.
Right.
The Lexus that they're going to sell in California, but they can't sell it in California because you need special emissions in California. So that's not going to work.
Dude, I got so mad when he said that so blatantly. Like, oh, I went and I bought a Lexus.
Yeah.
Just like cares. He was proud of that. Like he did something.
Wicked smart.
You know? I was
Wicked
like,
smart.
what? You spent Massachusetts taxpayer money on what? And I loved that Ted Daniel was like on the same page because later on I checked the tweet because I was, streaming it live, and then I checked the tweet and he's like, I checked the Blue Book value of that, and it was $69,000 for Karen Reed's Lexus.
Yeah.
Right. Like what, dude?
It's good work. If you
What,
get it.
dude?
Yeah.
How much longer
and
do you
you did what? You put grease paint on it? That's what you did? You know, like.
Well, it is the kind that comes off, so that's good. I don't know if that costs less or more.
Yeah.
It's like the slimes the slime that I would kill my kids for getting all over the carpet. It just reminded me of like a Nickelodeon thing, like somebody's pouring a bucket of slime over his head. Like it was so.
Yeah.
Why don't if you're gonna do the
Stupidest thing I've ever
experiment,
seen
why
in a
not do it at
courtroom.
the exact speed? Why not do it with someone of Karen's weight sitting in the driver's seat? Did she all of a sudden like morph into Mario Andretti at some point while she was in front of 34 that night?
He made
Daryl Brooks is the next craziest thing that I saw.
But you're dressing up like John O'Keefe.
Besides this,
he made a comment that I didn't know how it happened or whatever, and if I used the crash test dummies to do it a couple times and the car got damaged, and if I didn't get the right result, you would come back and criticize me. And the answer is like, well, yeah, that's the freaking point.
That's right.
Yeah, I thought we weren't like using tunnel vision and confirmation bias. Like, what the hell are we doing?
Right.
You're supposed to be agnostic to what the results are. Remember, there's no dog in the fight.
No dog in the fight. I don't care. I didn't care. That was just so.
Why do you guys think Brennan is pushing to have the defense call Proctor so much?
So that he
Why
can
did it
demolish.
seem so?
Wouldn't it be such a bad look if he demolishes his own like investigator on cross? And I think he wants to do it so badly. I don't know.
I think it's a tactic. I think it's a psyop to.
But what's the tactic?
Like a dare? It's like a dare.
We all agree it's a tactic. But what would be your
to intimidate them into not calling him under the auspice of I double dog dare you as like
that's what I took it as, a dare. Yeah.
Reverse psychology.
But I don't think there's any there. I mean, again, to me, the payoff would be I get to cross-examine him and put words in his mouth and try to ask whatever I want and make my argument. Okay, whatever. But I think ultimately, if you gave Brennan some truth serum and said you really want them to call him, no, hell no. I want to forget him. I want him down the memory hole. He never happened.
The memory hole.
Well, it is
just so
it
weird.
Is a hole. This hole. We're in a black hole.
He cited all these cases that were completely irrelevant in the motion, and then
Look at you talking law.
And then the next thing well, I've been learning. Look at the company I've been keeping, man. Don't cancel me yet.
Not just irrelevant,
but yeah,
on point. That's unethical, actually. What they're doing with their case citation.
Clearly,
I mean that's
and then
legal professional rules of conduct. If you give the court bad precedent and you're aware of it, you're obligated to correct that or withdraw it or do it right. And they haven't like repeatedly given I don't know if they're using like Chat GT or whatever the hell it is to do it. I don't know. But
wouldn't he have aimed wouldn't any other prosecutor or anybody who filed that motion aimed more about protecting the privacy of those witnesses? Wasn't that about keeping those witnesses from testifying? So wouldn't it be focused more on that instead of trying to torpedo it to daring the defense to call Michael Proctor? Like his whole argument was about Michael Proctor. It was really weird.
And he did say at one point, they can try and call Michael Proctor. Did you hear him say that, Mark? Because it was they can try and call him. I was like, what, is he in witness protection? Are you hiding him somewhere? Like, that was just weird. If he's under subpoena, he's got to come in.
I don't remember the exact words. I do remember him basically saying, look, these are admissible if you call Proctor, but not if you do it this way.
It was weird.
It is weird, but I think this is all, fake.
Where are the grave concerns now? No grave concerns.
No grave.
No.
Nothing. All right, I'm going to wrap. So I would love you guys to give your final thoughts and tell us how much longer you think this is going to be. I figure maybe the defense has 2 more weeks, but they're going to put on a rebuttal because they want to call those Sullivan sisters in, and they want to call in the dog DNA woman, and they want to call in the Dr. James Crosby that we still don't know what he's an expert in. So I'm sure. I mean, we could be looking at 3 more weeks of trial, and then who knows how long the jury will be out.
I'm predicting 2 to 3 more weeks. I'm predicting 2 to 3 more weeks because we have to factor in. I mean, Brennan's entire strategy since he took on this case has been to try to cut the legs out from Karen Reed's defense. So I expect bullshit motion after excuse my language, BS motion after BS motion. It's
after dark, Will. It's after dark.
And that's gonna it's gonna just burn a lot of time, and he's gonna just continue to try to stop. All he's got is to try to stop the defense from having a defense. So that's what he's gonna keep trying to do. So I'm saying 2 to 3 weeks.
That sounds about right. I think that's accurate.
Yeah. And then what are your thoughts on the verdict this time? So far. And really, you can really say
not guilty,
because
the
prosecution has shown us everything that they're going to show us, except for maybe
not guilty all the way down.
I don't think 12 people are going to agree. I just don't think, because you know how divisive this case is. And I think if there's one holdout who just hates Karen, or who just has a thing about people being drunk and driving, and he was there, she was there, you will you know how it is on the internet, on the Twitty, you will never convince me that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. And there are some people who hate Karen so much.
All of those people to unanimously
to convict. I don't think it'll be a conviction. I don't know if they will all agree. What do you think, Mark?
I don't think she'll get convicted. I think she'll probably get acquitted. I'm going based on the evidence. I know nothing about the jurors. You know this because I know we've talked about this before. One of the biggest concerns I would have it affects both sides, but it's a wild card, is this ridiculous manner of jury selection that they did. In the
Will was there for it. Will was there for it.
No panels. You don't know how to use your peremptories. That's just no way to pick a jury in a case like this. So as I always say, jury selection is for brainwashing and getting rid of the kooks, and they didn't really get a chance to do either of those, not effectively anyway. Here, so putting that aside, you could have a verdict now because, defense doesn't even have to put on a case. Prosecution's case is in, and they haven't established, never mind that whether Karen committed a crime, they haven't proven that there was a crime because there's no proof beyond a reasonable doubt for homicide, no matter who did it. So that is, a blanket acquittal. But even if you get past that, they haven't really established, to me, certainly to the evidentiary requirement of beyond a reasonable doubt, that there was a vehicular pedestrian impact and that it caused the death of John O'Keefe. So what have they proven? I don't think they've proven that she admitted I hit him. I think that's not great at all. I mean, I suppose what they've proven in terms of the element that you could say that a jury could find is in the second charge that she might have been intoxicated. I mean, there's evidence of that.
Yeah, but there's no standalone OUI. She admitted to it. They still can't convict her on just that alone. But
the irony about that, though, is, obviously the blood alcohol test is not ideal. It's, extrapolated between da-da-da-da-da. And the actual people who saw her drive, Nagel and Maxson, actually saw her drive normal. The people who saw her in the bars said she was acting normal. Mm-hmm. There's no evidence at the scene anybody said, "Oh my God, you're drinking." There's no evidence that Jen McCabe or Kerry Roberts said, oh my God, you're drunk. You can't." I mean, so I think you factor all this in, it's not guilty. I mean, in terms of a law school evidence exam, but we don't know the jury. I haven't been there. I haven't seen.
What makes me uneasy, Mark and Melanie, is the fact that what we know about what was going on with the jury in the last trial. So that makes me uneasy. I don't feel 100% confident in how this jury is being conducted and behind the scenes and how they're being dealt with, how they're being. I just don't feel confident in that, and I have every right to feel that way, considering that Fanning was in charge of that jury last trial. That makes no sense. Completely unethical.
First jury, it's gone. It's different people. I don't know how it happened. To me, when you're on trial, you're just like, I can't think like that.
Will, you always have a right to your feelings here. This is a safe space. You can always express your feelings. And so your feelings are valid. And I agree with your feelings.
Don't gaslight me!
No, it's okay. Your feelings are Your
No,
feelings have a home
but
here. I see you. I see you.
all I'm saying is I have a right to feel that if this isn't a full acquittal, that there's a suspicion that that jury was tampered with. I mean, look at the evidence and look at what happened last trial.
Is she going to let them know that the FBI hired Arca? Has that been decided?
Is it not the same judge?
No, I don't think she's going to let them know. She
Did
should.
Jennifer McCabe open the door when she talked about the FBI?
Yes, she did.
But you still, it doesn't matter anymore, does it?
One of the problems, again, and as lawyers, we look at it differently. But if you wanted the truth,
yes, we do.
The biggest complaint, that I would offer about this judge is a lack of consistency.
Yeah.
Okay. Whether it's good or bad, she's like the box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. There's just, you see it with her objections, ask it differently, and then they do it the same improper way. And
I'll allow that.
You have to be a medical doctor to testify about the causation of injuries. Is Dr. Welchure going to be allowed to talk about causation? Because Welchure did, and that's what Welchure does. That's his purpose, was to say, were these injuries caused by a car? And were these damages to the car caused by a body?
We don't know because
it's just not fair.
Usually lawyers like to work on precedent and predictability, right?
Yeah.
And at least in this court, there's no real precedent because it's all over the place with some of these rulings. So you just don't know what she's going to allow or not.
It's scary. It's scary that in 2025, The Handmaid's Tale is kind of coming to life. And isn't it interesting that Gilead was headquartered in Boston?
Yes, it was.
Right?
Wow.
You like the return to Fenway Park?
I gotta be honest with you guys. Like, I tried because I'm laid up right now. You know what I mean? So I tried The Handmaid's Tale. I couldn't even get a half hour past the first episode.
You have to get, the first episode is not great. You have to get into it a little bit more because what is so scary about it is that it could really happen. Like,
I'm rewatching.
Give it a chance. Give it a chance.
Oh, I'm rewatching the Punisher. It's such a good show.
Thank you guys for hanging out with me.
Was over. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, all right. I'll say goodbye because then we'll start.
No, you don't have to. You could keep talking. I don't want to keep you here all night. I mean, I got nothing to do except wake up tomorrow. I got to, it's like 9:30 or
Well, we all have to grift early, so
we have to grift early. Yes, because we're very good at it. Actually, failed lawyers with the hopes of being famous is what we are. Including Will.
I think I'm just gonna do a recap after the fact tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah, because I should keep my thing on ice here and
elevate. You got to elevate. Lay in bed and get one of those beds that you could raise the bottom, or just put a whole bunch of pillows on your bed. You got to lay down. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
we don't want you to have a bad wheel forever.
Yeah, I'll go on probably like around 4:30 or something.
All right, cool. If you want to pop in, give your thoughts at any point, you know how to reach me. Both of you have an open invitation to come on anytime and to indulge in the madness with me so that I'm not just screaming at my chat or with my chat, I should say.
Dude, this is so fun. I'm so glad you invited me. Thank you so much.
Thank you both for sharing your Sunday evening with me. And I'll just go over all the super chats after I let you guys go. So don't worry, super chatters. I will read your questions aloud and talk about them with you because I didn't know how to shut them off. And then Mark came on and it was the whole thing. Any final thoughts before you got to go?
I'm getting wet Willie. A virtual wet Willie, apparently.
I love you both with all of my heart.
Got him.
Peace. Bye. And I hope that after this is over and we hear the magic words of not guilty, we have a big, big victory party, and I am going to be there, with you both, wherever it may be, at an undisclosed location.
Yeah, seriously.
Right on. Always fun. Always.
All right,
fun.
Guys. Thanks so much for coming on. Love you. See you soon. Bye. Wasn't that fun, you guys? Wasn't that fun? So I don't know how to turn off the super chats, and Mark has decided that he doesn't want people to pay to ask him questions. So I'm totally cool with that. I'll send his kids some ice cream money. Don't worry. All right. So tomorrow I'm going to teleport you to the morning stream when we're done, but we're not done here because we got a lot of questions, thoughts, comments, and concerns. But tomorrow we're starting at like 8:55 and we're going to go for the full day, however long that takes. And I love that you guys choose to spend your child days with me. If you do, if you don't, well then it's okay. There's someone out there to your liking, maybe better than I am, but I like to stop. I like to talk to you. I like to explain things while they're going on. New Hampshire dude 603 watching from San Jose this week. Thank you so much via Super Chat. Cyber Chicken Boston. Second rodeo with Melanie, she says. Cyber Chicken Boston, you're amazing. At your wit's end. I know. I'm here. I'm here for you. I'm here to talk you off the ledge. Whatever you need, I'm here to handhold you every single day. We go through it together. And I thank God for you too, because you too are helping me through it. You're helping me through it. Hold on. I don't know what's going on. I'm off center. It's freaking me out. What is happening? Turtle, love to see you guys on this nice Sunday evening. Did anyone tell you about the Grateful Diner up the road from the courthouse? No. Is it like a Grateful Dead thing? It's a Grateful Dead diner. If Will is going to be in Dedham, I do not think that he's going to tell people before he comes. You'll know about it in real time. Let me just take this down because it's distracting me. Okay. Here's our new mascot up here, Dexter. How do you like that? Because, sometimes people need killing. Love Dexter. Not so crazy about the second spinoff, but, I'll watch it. Barbara, I learned in the military to respect the position, but you don't have to respect the person. That was when Will was talking about meeting the judge on the stairway. Kevin, between the two of you, there's almost too much hotness on my screen. Oh, Kevin, I'll take it. And Kevin is a gay man, and he says it all the time. So I need a gay best friend. But actually, my gay best friend is Jimmy, Auntie Deb. So you could be my second gay best friend if you want. Every girl, just like in Sex and the City, needs one. Did Sex and the City just start again? The new season? Can't wait. That's going to be great. I guess, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Although I saw something about, what's her name, sleeping with a nun in the first episode, maybe. And I was like, what? Why? Why do they need to do that? Miranda? I don't know. And it's played by Rosie O'Donnell. I don't know. They kind of lost me when I saw that little spoiler. I was like, yeah, maybe I don't need to watch it. I'm still mad about Mr. Big dying. I'm going to watch that John Hamm series. Is anybody watching that on Apple TV? I forget what it's called, but Will said that he was watching it. I did watch Kathy and Auntie Deb, and that was a great show. I was right in the chat. Pokey you saw Justice Sotomayor near the Supreme Court, greeted with a smile, took a picture with. That's amazing. I mean, look, to get a, even if you don't like her, to have a picture with a Supreme Court justice, that's a bucket list item. Oh, Pearl says, I'm here for the Stabler and Benson of Free Karen Read. Thank you. Because both Will and I, one of the few things that we have in common is that we both are huge fans of Law and Order SVU. And that's great. And I love that. I will totally allow that comment all the time. We have very different tastes in music. Jules, do they still need to read between the lines? You know what's so funny about your comment is that when I am typing, or I do talk to text in my phone, and anytime I say like earlier, I said something like, did you read the message or whatever? It capitalizes read. That is how often I'm writing about it in my text messages. The phone knows. Charles, the cell data info from South Africa. The cell data info with the phone lock and the steps will strike a chord with the women. And your daughter is 36 and a whiz kid with an iPhone. Right. I think that younger people are going to understand that data much better. They're also going to understand how you can manipulate a phone and how you can manipulate screenshots. They know all about Photoshop. They get it, that video can be altered and how easy it is and how AI is so real looking now. Maybe they're not going to believe anything they see. Right? With all of these inverted videos and the Sally Port video, how it was glitching. And then there's people appearing in the middle of the video. It's bizarre. And they may just be like, yeah, this whole thing is bogus. What are we doing here? In my dreams. Thank you, Nurse Deb, for your super chat. Hank's Dirty Deeds Done Not Cheap. Fangirls Allesie. Thank you. Purchased a tumbler and a hoodie. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, there's 20% off in the merch shop. I'm going to pin the link for you guys because, I love a good sale, and I would hope that you also love a good sale. And why not, hold on. If somebody could drop the link in the chat, maybe one of the mods, and I will, if anybody's still here, they might have gone to sleep. Hold on a second. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Talk amongst yourselves. Oops. Merch shop, it is 20% off, but you have to click the coupon at the top that says redeem my 20% off thing. You have to click the coupon in the top, so make sure you do that. Okay, and get you 20% off. Get your free Karen Read I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Little merch, because it's cool, and also it's funny, And also, you need it. There we go. It's pinned. Oh, it's 20% off. I forgot to put that in there, but I'm telling you now. So thank you, Iron City Choppers, for reminding me. D, can you imagine growing up with Allesie as a dad? I bet his daughter never got away with a lie. The cross-examination would have been brutal. She's amazing, Laura. Allesie, sometimes she's in the chat. I really like her a lot. I'm like, she's on point. Let's just put it that way. One day she was in the courtroom. I'm like, who is that girl? She is so on point with everything. On fleek, my kids might say. And we've been communicating. So shout out to Laura Allesie and to Kelly Reed, who was here earlier, but she might be tired too. Coffee addiction. Thank you for your super sticker. Hannah needs to yell. So much testimony that no neighbors came outside while the police at 34 Fairview. Really hope we hear from Asian house neighbors who allegedly took pictures. They are on the witness list. So I don't know if they took pictures. I don't know what they're going to come in and say, but I'm here for it. Do I have an I am not a cupcake, I can't make everyone happy shirt? No, I have one that is going to say on the front little cupcake, like on the side, like where it says free Karen Read on the other shirt, little cupcake, and then on the back, Attorney Melanie Little, if you know, you know, and then there's like a cupcake with a gavel. That's kind of cool. I don't know. I'm workshopping some of this stuff, but that's very wordy for a shirt. So I have to figure out a way to do it to make it look cool. Karina is here. She's named for a Bob Dylan song. And thank you. I'm glad we were able to have you end your weekend on a positive note. Master lineup said Hank's dirty deeds done not cheap. Thank you so much. Lisa Marie, we need microdots to make a video of the dusting of snow with 47 pieces of taillight, body, sneaker, hat, and how there's no way that would be missed. That's a great idea. Richie was here earlier. I'm not sure if he still is. Rachel, Welchure asking Bev to put on his John O'Keefe hat. That was so cringe. You guys, like, if you're going to go to the trouble of really finding all of these clothes and shoes, and why couldn't you actually do your little experiment properly? With BN Trouble 31 did it. He bought a prosthetic arm, and he had the car go in the right speed, and he put that prosthetic arm out there, and he knew exactly which bones were broken. Like, come on, man. Do you really expect them to believe that? You could shatter a taillight with a human arm, but not shatter the arm. It just makes no sense. What's your thoughts on the feds waiting for this trial outcome to see if they can mount up more charges? Oh, I don't know for sure, but I do know for sure that the former Norfolk County sheriff was just arrested for having a couple of guys go to his house and work on his boiler, and the feds just arrested him, and that happened around the same time as John O'Keefe's murder. Takes them a long time, and that guy's facing some serious prison time. Like 20 years on each count. And there's like 4 counts and then some other counts. Thank you, Kat Randall, for gifting. Dennis, you're awesome. Says I had him on your 2 favorites. Michelle said Jen looked outside a lot and didn't see John O'Keefe standing or laying on the lawn. Yep. Ryan Nagel said he wasn't in the car nor on the lawn, and Julie didn't see him either. Where was he? Is the defense going to push this in closing? Well, here's my theory. It's New England. It's winter. It's starting to snow. There's enough snow to track a cat. It's probably wet. John O'Keefe, we know, is a neat freak, maybe. He had a shoeless house. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Do you think he would have run up someone's lawn? I don't think so. I think she dropped him off at the foot of the driveway. Remember, Jen McCabe said her car was parked second in line. It's a huge, like, Yukon Denali or something. It's taller than he is, probably. She drops him off at the foot of the driveway. He runs up to the side door. Now, if somebody said, come in the side door, and he doesn't know which one is the side door, because when he gets up there's 2. The one to the right leads to the garage. The one to the left leads to the house. Maybe he goes in the wrong door. Maybe somebody was waiting for him up at the top by the garage and said, hey, let's go in the back. Let's go around the back. Maybe he had to take a leak, and he decided to go around the right of the house and take a leak, as men maybe do. I don't know. Maybe he wouldn't have done that if he was a neat freak, but maybe he got into the backyard. Maybe the dog was there. So many things could have happened. And then the Nagel vehicle or the Ricky D'Antano vehicle pulls up behind Karen. So she pulls up to let them get at the driveway. Because now she's waiting around to see if John is going to tell her it's okay to come in. And then she gets mad and leaves. So I think, look, Ian Whiffen has him going 86 feet in the direction of the house. I mean, I think that's pretty good evidence that he was in the house. And considering that Brennan only called 2 people to say he never came in the house, I don't think that's very strong. It's very strong, as strong as it was last time when he had 11 people testify he never came in the house. Yeah, they could have been smoking in the garage, right? Maybe the dog was in the garage. Who knows? So many possibilities. But you know what? The jury doesn't have to solve a mystery, because if they're back there thinking of any other possibility that John O'Keefe was killed other than a car accident with Karen driving, that's it. You go home. That's reasonable doubt. It's reasonable doubt. You're not here to solve a mystery, right? Whatever clever. Welcher's paint video is junk, but will the jury like the simple visual? Or all testimony was dense and video was the last thing they saw and easy to recall? Thoughts? Well, it's not going to be the last thing that they see because now the defense is going to put on its entire case, and we'll see what the last thing they see from the ARCA. Maybe it's an ARCA witness that goes last and says, yeah, never in a million years could this happen because physics and science. And now that Welcher has been able to testify about the injuries, Dr. Wrenchler, who is far superior in my dreams to Dr. Welchure, is going to be able to opine about the injuries and say there's no way this was caused by a car because XYZ. And it's going to be it's always about battle of the experts, but Brennan has done everything in his power to not allow Karen to have any experts. He's done everything in his power to try and get them excluded because he's afraid of them. Kelly, in my opinion, do you know who the woman is at the end of court on Friday and why she's there? Yes, that was Kelly Dever. We talked about her. She was Canton PD. And we talked about that earlier. I think I covered that. Muse, oh, thank you for your compliments. I appreciate. Can't wait to watch Brennan expose himself as the little toddler and liar as all this unfolds. I mean, if his cross-examination of DeSogra is any indication of the way he's going to treat each and every witness that comes on the stand, these jurors are going to be sticking a pen in their eye, or they're going to be like whoever the guy was. It was Welcher, jamming their pen into the top of their hands to distract themselves from the horror, the shock and horror. Because remember how he treated the ARCA witnesses on voir dire. Remember how he treated Dr. Russell on voir dire. He's not very respectful. And I said to you then, I said, do you think he's going to act like this in front of the jury? And now we're seeing that yes, he is. Charles says, as a VP who doesn't monitor cash flow, is reclass trading and debts never go over 90 days before legal action is taken. It used to be his company, and apparently he sold it to them. So got a lot of money. I don't know if he's necessarily counting the pennies of his new company. He's just like, I made my money. I don't really care if you get paid or not. Right? So I don't know. David, I listened to a channel that supports the prosecution today. What they were discussing was all psychology of Karen Reed and generalities. It was almost sexist, crazy woman discussion. Are you surprised? Don't name the channel, but I don't watch those channels, so I don't really know. That's people who want to stone Karen Reed to death, like The Handmaid's Tale, and then hang her in a public hanging on the wall, like The Handmaid's Tale, just hate Karen for her facial expressions or her demeanor, or they hate Aiden Carney. Really, they're in one of two buckets, or they just have no common sense. So I don't know. Terry, how do you think Peg's crying will affect the jury this time? She's been doing a lot of eyeball rolling right at the jury also. Well, I also think that her testimony was not helpful for her. She did not come across as the sympathetic, grieving mother in her testimony. Now, I don't know what her courtroom demeanor is like because I haven't been there, so I don't know. But I do know that what is clear, one of the few things that they have proved or proven in their case so far is that there was Karen Reed and Peggy O'Keefe did not like each other. That is like one of the only things that I think they've proven. And let me know if there's anything else that you think that they've proven. Dennis, the first thing when Jen McCabe arrives at the site, you run in and get Brian Albert on the scene. Full stop. Brian Albert has so much dirt on the DA. That's what you think? Yeah. Also this, Dennis, how about there's a dead man on your sister's lawn. Your brother-in-law works with the Fugitive Task Squad force who's dealing with dangerous criminals all the time. If you don't know how John O'Keefe got there, why aren't you running inside to make sure your sister's not dead and her family's not dead? If you called her at 5:07 a.m. and you didn't talk to her, how come you're not running inside looking to see about the condition of your sister? Like, that would be my first thought. Crazy. Michelle Pfeiffer can play me in the movie. Oh, I'll allow it. Thank you, Jules. That's sweet. Jessica, Born Standout presents a Glow 90 Boots on the Ground. Where can we do that? Okay, so apparently there's a standout. It's going to be a Glow 90s Boots on the Ground party. Karen Reed and Turtle Boy event. Tickets are on sale now. Go on the justice page or resistance to silence page. Get them while you can. Okay, thanks, Jessica. You didn't say when or where it is, but people can figure that out. They can do their own due diligence from there. Yinzer, folks, please contribute to Karen Reed's online defense fund, even if it's $1. Yes, the link to that is in the video show notes below this video. Please, experts are expensive. Typical mother-in-law syndrome, says Jersey K. Yeah, and that's why, like when Aaron O'Keefe testified in the first trial, I don't want to beat this to death like I always do. But I think Aaron O'Keefe really liked Karen a lot. I think she really missed her as a friend. She didn't testify this time. And I think perhaps they commiserated over the fact that neither one of them was good. And that maybe perhaps, in my opinion, or what I've heard, is that maybe Peggy O'Keefe did not think either one of those women was good enough for their son. And also, both of those men perhaps may have drank a little much to excess, not diagnosing anyone, but perhaps Karen and Aaron bonded over that as well. It's not easy being in a relationship with somebody who's an alcoholic. I'm not saying that either one of them is. I'm just pointing out that statement. Take it wherever you want to take it. Melissa, I think Carrie Roberts' testimony was crucial. She admitted lying to the grand jury about hearing Karen say, I hit him. I think she lied about hearing Karen say Google hypothermia. Medical examiner, the most credible expert, even though her testimony helps Karen, right? Isn't that what she was impeached about, chat? You can help me. Okay. Valerie, if Karen hidden, wouldn't she have suffered some injuries? Yes, she probably would have. Whiplash, something. As you have said, they didn't file any motor vehicle accident report. That's correct. That is correct. I have a lot of claims adjusters that watch this channel. A lot of folks who work for insurance companies, they never would have paid on this claim. There's no motor vehicle accident report. They didn't want the accident reconstructionists who work for insurance companies coming to investigate. They do too good of an investigation. They would have figured it out what happened. They would have figured out what happened, and perhaps nobody wanted that. He's the man passed out in the snow. That was just for you, Carol. He's the man passed out in the snow. Come quick. Athena, Proctor may be unavailable. I don't know. I can't speculate about that. Freedom Ring, thanking us. Thank you. Charles, the first thing you do is mark where the body was found and the taillight is located in reference to the body. Of course, Charles. You know that. I know that. Most people who watch crime shows know that, or trials, but will the jury know that without being told by an expert? That's why I have a problem with her denying Michael Easter's testimony. Nicole works at Nike headquarters in Portland, Oregon as an analyst. It's not the same. Thank you, Nicole. Lisa Marie. How can they somehow get the jury to know Reed's team contacted the DOJ? What guilty person calls the feds on themselves? Case closed. They can't. Nothing about the feds is going to be allowed in. But I do think that's a great point. But I do not think that it was Reed's team that contacted the DOJ. I think that that's a rumor that's floating around out there. I don't think that, David Yannetti was able to call up the FBI and say, hey, listen, I think you should investigate this. It's just not the way it works. But I like what you're thinking. Nicole, AJ's closing needs to bring out a dictionary and start by defining honor and integrity. Yeah. I don't know if he's doing the closing. Has it been confirmed? I do not know. Joni says, Melanie, John went to the garage door. Chloe was in the garage. Chloe attacked John, and the other shoe was left in the garage. Or what if the dog got a hold of it? Well, wait, because no, they allegedly they got both shoes and nothing had bite marks on it. I could go on all night about this. What are the odds we lose a juror soon, Joanna? Hi, Joanna. Pretty good. Man, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. We'll see. We're getting towards the end. Somebody said we're halfway through. I think we're a little more than halfway through. But I think Brennan's going to do everything he can to, get the last licks and the fight back and the clean up on rebuttal. We'll see. I don't know that he's given up the Aruba fight. If the Sullivan sisters are going to come in on rebuttal, I don't know. It should not be allowed as far as I'm concerned. And he also already said he wasn't going to. But, he lies a lot in court, in open court, in my opinion. He has said many things in open court that are untrue, that did not happen the way he said they happened. He talks about conversations with the defense that did not happen. He lied to the judge when he waved those papers around and said, we didn't get this from the defense. We had to get this from the feds. That was a lie. That's the day of the grave concerns. That's the day the judge had to go take a time out for half an hour and came back shaking like a leaf. Wasn't true. I'm not going to say your name because I don't like that word, but thank you for tuning in from Australia. And Mark, hypothetically, if the defense called Proctor and asked one question, did you get fired for your conduct in this case? Is Hank only allowed to cross on that? We did cover that. I did ask him about that. Smurf Paint, Mel, you and other law tubers doing what y'all do helps to teach other prospective jurors. Yeah, I think so too. Education to the legal system, how trials work, legal terms helps prevent another Karen Reed from happening, hopefully. Hopefully, but you know how many people are watching? And they try and weed those people out from the jury. You watch a lot of true crime? You watch a lot of podcasts? What podcast do you watch? Do you watch a lot of YouTube? They may try and weed those people out. It's a good point, though. I'm here to help. Mary, thanks for Super Sticker. Free Scholar Family Tree. Bev mentioned 2 times the trial's ahead of schedule and she gives them days off, yet she's consistently limiting the amount of time that the defense has to cross-examine the Commonwealth witnesses. Well, not so much on cross. She gives them like limited time to argue. And I think a lot of times it's because, you know, she's already made up her mind, maybe. And she has papers on it. So, but she's been given everybody pretty much enough time to cross-examine the witnesses, unless there's one that you could think of in particular that one of the attorneys was cut off in cross. Refresh my recollection. But it's been like this. If you weren't here for season 1, the pre-trial of season 1, which I covered, I don't even know how many videos I'm up to on this case. I fell in this rabbit hole and I haven't been able to get out. Call me Alice. Erica says the Bill of Rights exists because the founders knew this is what governments will do if permitted. It's not an edge case. It's how power is abused. Well done. David, if this makes it to the Supreme Court, who would contend the defense if the feds think she is innocent? Well, it didn't make it to the Supreme Court. They rejected it on the double jeopardy issue. And so there's that. Selective memory failure from New Zealand. I want to see what ARCA supplementary testing is about. Now they know what has been submitted. Yeah, I think it probably has something to do with refuting like those new tests that Welchure did, like the paint test and the crash dummy test, because that was all recent stuff that he did, right? And so maybe they did some other testing, but yeah, I can't wait. They rivet me when they testify. They're riveting because they're wicked smart. Happy Sunday, blessed mom from Texas. Thank you so much. She said it was such a treat. Did the best. And she's praying that they call Proctor. I mean, look, there are pros and cons to it. And I like trying to get those 2 guys to think out of the box a little bit about why it would be a good idea to call him, why it would not be a good idea to call him. But I don't know. It seems like Brennan doth protest too much. And it just, as a woman, I have like intuition, you know, and my intuition, like my gut, you should always trust your gut because your gut is usually right. I just feel like Brennan's got something up his sleeve. Like he's daring them, double dog daring them to call Proctor. But why? Why would he want Proctor up there? What does he have in store for cross of Proctor? I don't know. Freedom Ring. Is bias of investigating officer only admissible to directly impeach his testimony, not as substantive evidence? Well, it goes to the entire investigation. If he's biased, it taints the investigation. Fruits of the poisonous tree. I mean, it is both. It's both. I don't really know how to answer your question other than to say it is both. And you're saying only if they call Proctor? The bias of his investigation, if they don't call Proctor, can be brought out through those text messages that will be read by, if the judge allows it, his 6th grade friends who he has a group chat with that he's been chatting with. In 8 months, they had 38,000 text messages between them. And that, of course, can be construed as bias. They're not offered, like Brennan argued, they were offered, the text messages being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and therefore they're hearsay, which is a ridiculous argument. As I pointed out to you before, David Yannetti did, that they're not being offered to say that Karen Reed is indeed a whack job C word with a leaky something. And, you know, she's hot, but she's got a Fall River accent and no butt. It's not offered for the truth of that. It's offered to show bias, right? Azaran says, just want to put out that if Bev allows Proctor's friend to read the text, it opens the door for the defense to call Proctor's sister about those texts. Yes, she's on the witness list. Wouldn't that be great? He texted, if you don't know, he texted to his sister something like, I wish she would just kill herself. about Karen. And also text messages between Proctor's sister and Proctor said, Julie says when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift, meaning Julie Albert, which is weird. Julie Albert is the mother of Colin Albert. And it was the same day that Karen Read was arraigned on the original charges. Why would she want to get Proctor a thank you gift? More reasonable doubt. I hope they do call Courtney. Her name's Courtney, right? And I don't think her name's Proctor anymore. Courtney, whatever her new name is, or whatever her married name is. She gave an interview. We went over her interview. Proctor's wife and his sister gave an interview to the news the day before his termination was announced. Michelle, feds won't interfere with the state trial. If Proctor isn't called, he isn't part of an appeal. The feds can move in when the trial is over. Bev is bad. Can the FBI or ATF require Higgins to take a polygraph since he's a federal employee? Well, for what? He's not being charged with anything. So, no. No, I mean, I see what you're thinking, but polygraphs are usually inadmissible anyway, and I don't know why they would do that. And no. Kay, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Kay Willis is here. She's a realtor. If you want to get rid of your house south of Boston, she's your girl. I saw something go by in the chat earlier that that you just you closed an offer on a house today in Canton or something like that. People are wanting to move into Canton. Can you get a really good deal in Canton? I can say Canton now because Jennifer McCabe calls it Canton. Can you get a really good deal in Canton right now? Esty is here. Hi, Esty. Dressing up the gallery every day. 11,000 in chat. Can we get 100 of you to make a donation in Karen's defense fund tonight? Melanie has the link description in the notes. Love you. Go defense. Thank you, Esty. Red's daughter, can you bring on other witnesses to read the text, but bring on Proctor about everything else? Sure. They could do both. They could do both. It would be a really big bang, as Paris Rush and the Crush likes to sing. Paris Ray and the Crush like to sing about a really big bang. That girl. Hi, guys. I'm so happy I made it to the live question. How can the defense ensure the jury isn't tampered with? There's really no way of knowing unless somebody comes out about it later. The reason they couldn't even prove it the first time, even after all the shenanigans, but it's very difficult. It is very difficult. And there really is no sure fireproof way that you can ever ensure such a thing. They would never know about it unless somebody whistle blew or confessed or, there was evidence. Nancy, thank you so much. Lauren Elizabeth with $100 super chat. Thank you. Thank you to all 3 of you. Y'all are my favorite channels of all time. Oh, thanks for being you. Free Karen Read, Joseph for John O'Keefe. Stay kind, stay blessed. You're awesome. Thank you, Lauren. Red's daughter, can they ask another witness about the test and call Proctor about everything else? Oh, did you put that in twice, sweetheart? I'm sorry. But as I put on the bottom of the screen, I don't take super chats when Mark Bederow was on the screen. And I didn't know how to turn him off, and I didn't know he was coming. It was like a surprise. And so I think I just covered that for you. But thank you for the extra super chat. And then the prosecution can't cross on the text to Proctor because they didn't ask him about those. I see what you're saying. So if they bring the text in through the friends and then they bring in Proctor, they still would be able to cross-examine him on the text because they're in evidence. Yes, I see what you're saying. Massachusetts has some really weird evidence rules. And so we're here in the land of the not lost in New York, your cross is limited to what came out on direct. And apparently in Massachusetts, maybe everything is fair game. It's crazy. It is crazy. Hi, Stacy. Thanks for being here for 11 months. I think the jury may see Proctor as a scapegoat if they don't see him testify. I don't see a downside to calling him, even if Brennan has him explain his behavior on cross. Yeah. I think we debated that pretty well tonight, right? I think we tried to show both sides of that. So thank you for your thoughts. Eve Marie. Video just released showing Karen's taillight is still intact, allegedly 4 hours after the incident. Really? Where was that video released? Thank you, Eva Marie. Alex, awesome guests and stream. Your theme song is so catchy. I randomly hum parts of it at times during my work days. Kindness will never fail for the win. Oh, thank you, Alex. I'm sorry, Alec. Alec, there are many children who dance to my theme song, apparently, and their parents send me pictures. Well, not really of their kids, not really, but they tell me that their kids sing along to the theme song and they like to dance to it. And then they say, Mommy, your friend Melanie is on TV. And I love that so much. So thank you for liking it. It was made for me by a viewer who's Information is also in the show notes. Her name is Melisa with 1 S. She used to have a different username, and I'm not sure what she changed it to, but she made it for me, and I love it so much. And then I did the little video portion myself. But I need to change some of those slides now because so much has happened since I made that little video on Canva. Sushi says, I think Higgins' motivation started when Karen told him, John told her stuff about him, and Higgins asking her, is he talking shit about me? Yeah. Yeah. When we read the text messages, Will and I, we sort of got into that. Yeah. Like maybe his manhood was, he got mad at John for talking shit about him. Yeah. And also Karen said, oh, John keeps questioning me about the ring video of me walking you to your car. So he was like, oh my God, does he know that you kissed me or whatever? Whole bunch of weird stuff. Turd Ferguson, that's what it was before, right? Little cupcake. Selective memory failure. In my opinion, on defense strategy, call ARCA last and Proctor just before. Slam dunk the prosecution, keep it fresh in the jurors' minds. Yeah. Yeah, I had an idea where they could bookend the ARCA witnesses, put one first and one last, and that would be like strength on both ends. But I'm never going to second guess what they do because they know a hell of a lot more about their case than I do. And also Karen's decision too. She's involved in the strategy. Erin, thanks for your super sticker. Charles again from South Africa. The defense must take a point of view of the snowplow at night, showing the light projection at night of the snowplow, of Lucky's plow. Videos have been made about that. I want to say Microdots did a video about that, right? I think they did. I don't know if they'll be able to use it at trial, but they did use some of Microdots' work in trial 1. Truth exposed, no dog DNA and no shed dog hair on him anywhere, but he was on the floor of that house. That's a hard sell. Well, the wet clothing was put in a bag and then put out on butcher paper for a long time. The person who swabbed the dog DNA, it was the first time that she ever did it, that she ever swabbed. We haven't heard from they have not shown that there's no dog DNA. They did not call that witness, the prosecution. Will they call her? There's pig DNA. They found pig DNA. Where are the socks? The socks are on him in the hospital. If he had a shoeless house, and which we know he did because they're trying to make everybody think Karen's guilty because she didn't take her shoes off because she knew he was dead because she killed him. He would have taken off his shoes in 34 Fairview. He would have possibly German Shepherd's shed. He would have dog hair on his socks. The socks never made it into evidence. We saw them on his feet in the hospital. They were also upside down, which indicates to many people, John O'Keefe never would have worn his socks upside down. He had Nike socks. He had Nike shoes and Adidas socks. I don't think it's a hard sell, but you're entitled to your opinion. Valoma, thank you for $50. Thank you so much. The cover-up and hoax is clear as day to anyone paying attention. Praying for real justice for John O'Keefe and Karen's real day in court with a real judge awarding Karen damages for what they've put her through. Here with you, round 2, Melanie. Thank you. I have a feeling after the acquittal, we will be covering this case for a very, very long time because we still need to cover the civil case, the wrongful death suit by the O'Keefes, John O'Keefe. No. John the father O'Keefe, Paul O'Keefe, Peggy O'Keefe, and the niece against Karen Reed, the Waterfall, and C.F. McCarthy's is on hold right now until this trial's over. So there will be that to cover after the acquittal. I have a feeling this case will be going, and all of its collateral cases, and perhaps other cases related to this case may be going on for quite some time. Quite some time. Red Daughter, if all you hosts that collaborate held a question and answer event together, you would sell out and could raise so much money for free Karen Reed. Thank you, Red Daughter. Oh, you mean a live event? I don't know when everybody will be able to do that. Electron Ash Space Lexus. That's right, trademarked. You trademarked it? Just Jake, this is a DUI hit and run at best. Yes, unfortunately, they did not choose to charge her with only, they didn't charge her with DUI only. So you're saying this is a DUI hit and run at best. When the Commonwealth has to spend $1 million plus to try and prove it, my vote is not guilty. Yeah, well, if it was a DUI hit and run, why was there no motor vehicle accident report ever filled out by the troopers as is required under Massachusetts law? Why were the bills not paid by no fault or her car insurance carrier who would have paid the bills? If it was a car accident, they just didn't do it. Thank you for your thoughts and your super chat. Intentionally throwing their case, says David James. I don't think so. I think that Brennan's got too big of an ego to intentionally throw his case. And I think Marcy is way too deep in this to ever let it go. Like a rabid dog with a bone. He is never, ever, ever going to drop it. But I mean, Brennan gets paid either way. If he win or lose, he still gets paid, right? He's not doing this on contingency. He's doing it at an hourly rate of $2.50 an hour. Thanks, Michelle. The Hank-made tail, electron ashes, trademark, and all kinds of things in here. The Hank-made tail. That's great. One of my viewers sent me some Gilead logos that I think I forgot about. Thank you so much, whoever did that. I can't shout you out right now, but maybe for the upper right-hand corner, since I added Dexter. We have Dexter, we have Chaco, we have Proctor. I think we need to put Gilead up there. If you know, you know, right? Lessinator, thanks to the best trio ever. Great discussion. There was no collision, only collusion. Thank you. Babe Roof was thinking about Exemplar, Lexus, Welcher, and cost for Hank Brennan. That maybe Hank Brennan asked them not to do tests that could damage the case or the car, i.e. why they only did 2 miles an hour. Thoughts? No, I think that I don't know that Hank Brennan told them to go 2 miles an hour. I think that Welcher did not want to be hit at any more than 2 miles an hour. They could have used a dummy. They could have used a lot of things. And I also think that if they did the test at 24 miles an hour, the way it was done, or the way their theory was at the first trial, it would have given them results that they did not want to see. So there's that. I don't think it had anything to do with not damaging the car. But I like the way you're thinking out of the box, Babe Roof. Michelle, Nagel, Higgins, all of them were driving and drinking. Any one of them could have hit him if there was a hit. Yep. Truth. There was no car accident. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Hot for the Hillside is here. Great live tonight. Under her eye. Much love. Much love back to you. Clove, can the defense submit the police procedure manual into evidence and question officers on proper procedures? That is a great question. I don't know the answer to it. I don't know if it would ever be, the entire thing would be let into evidence. I do think they could pull it out and say, are you familiar with the, the whatever on police procedure? The manual on police procedure, and they could say, yes, are you aware that it's supposed to be done this way? They could try and question them on that. But the problem is, the only people they called, the only law enforcement they called on direct was Gallagher and Buchanan. Those were the only investigators, right? Everybody else was either forensics or crime lab, or he wasn't hit by a car. Oh, thank you, Anne, for your Venmo. I appreciate you. Back to the chat. Oh, thanks, Will. Anytime. I'm still here. Tracy, I'm excited for a full week of trial with you, but after seeing Brennan cross to Sorga, I'm scared for Lucky. I know. And how many of you, if you are here, all right, put a 1 in the chat if, and this is only for live viewers, if you are watching trial 2 for the first time, put a 1 in the chat, like you're a first time viewer of the trial, put a 1 in the chat. I'm just curious how many people there are, because Lucky is a special guy. He's known the Alberts for their entire lives, practically since he was a child. And it's heartbreaking to me that they wanted to pin it on this man. And I hope he doesn't go for Lucky, because it's not going to be a good look. He hit a basketball hoop that night or something. So they're going to say he's not reliable because he hit a basketball hoop. But he did report the basketball hoop. But he also is going to say that he knows where that fire hydrant is. And he has to look there so he doesn't hit the fire hydrant. And he's also going to say that he did not plow when he went by for the first time. I don't want to really give too much away because I don't want to spoil it for you. We'll talk tomorrow about what he says and then what he said the first time and see if he is the most beautiful man. They made t-shirts for him. He is like so kind, so genuine, so sweet. He didn't want to get them in trouble. And so he didn't call in. You're not allowed to park on the street if there's a blizzard. And he didn't want to get them in trouble. So he didn't call it in that there was a car parked in front of 34 Fairview that was a Ford Edge that nobody ever looked into, even though Proctor was told about it and Buchanan was told about it. They didn't even care enough to look into it. dead brother in blue. A lot of people watching for the first time. So I guess if you're putting a 2 in the chat, that means you're here for the second trial too. Yanetti's Velvet Snark. Oh, that's a good name. I like it. Can't they call the friends for the friend text and then Proctor for the rest? Yeah, limiting Proctor's cross. Yeah, but again, like we're saying about the Massachusetts rules of cross, it seems like maybe they're allowed to cross about everything. Like it is confusing. It is confusing. And so it remains to be seen in the way we've seen this judge rule. We feel like she lets everything in for the prosecution and nothing for the defense. And the defense is given such a hard time about just trying to get evidence in. And, it's supposed to be about the truth, right? We're supposed to search for the truth here, not just a conviction. And so many people feel that they only care about a conviction here, not the truth. Because if it was about the truth, why not just let all of her experts in? Why are you fighting so hard to keep him out? And then lying about wanting to keep him out. I don't care if Arca testifies. I welcome Arca. And then do everything you can to try and keep him out. So disingenuous. Kelly, my daughter was cast in an episode in Law and Order Organized Crime. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Oh, I love that for her. I've auditioned so many times, or at least I was auditioning before I started my YouTube channel on the pandemic, and then production shut down, that writer strike, actor strike. Yeah, I love that for her. Elliot Stabler. Don't you think they should cast me as Elliot Stabler's like new girlfriend? I think so. But I'm biased. I don't know what this new thing is on YouTube. What is this like crown next to someone's name with like a number 2 and a number 3? Anybody know what the hell that is? That's like new. It wasn't on my last stream. I have no idea what that means. And that says like community leaderboard. What is that? It's so, and then what's an XP? I have no idea what that means. Does anybody know what that is? I mean, why do we need a leaderboard? We're not in sports here. This is not a contest. It's not a golf tournament. Why do we need a leaderboard? What is that? I don't like it. Can I turn it off? Oh, you get points for super chats? I don't think so. Because the number 1 on the leaderboard is my moderator, Scott, and he doesn't need to super chat me. He works for me for like the volunteer. And so I don't know what that means. Unless it just what the hell is it? Whoever chats the most? Oh, look at you, Be in Trouble. You're number 2. That's why you're saying that. Be in Trouble 31 is number 2, doing the Lord's work out there, spending his own money to do all of these experiments, to explain all this ridiculousness to us in a way that we can understand it, with prosthetic arms. And he bought it to Lexus taillight and tried smashing it. He's amazing. Mo says there was someone at the bar that night with a puffy jacket. Brian Albert. We know. Judge Beverly the phony. Oh, Adam, you changed your name again. Excellent show. Bravo. No, bravo to you guys for being interested in it and coming and hanging out with me every day. And I appreciate you so much. I'm so grateful for each and every one of you. Love you with all of my heart. Southern Mom says, awesome show. Love you all. If adversarial witnesses, Proctor and Higgins, are called by the defense, how do they go about prepping, since those witnesses are such wild cards? You can't prep them. Can't prep them. That's another part of the problem. You can't prep them. They won't prep with you. You just you don't know what they're going to say, and it's like you have their grand jury testimony, you have their testimony from season 1, and if they gave any statements, you have those, and you can try and impeach them if they try and say something different in season 2 than they said in season 1. But there's no prepping adversarial witnesses like that. You can't just be like, hey, Mikey, can you come over so we can talk about your testimony? Because they're all wild cards. That is a great point, Southern Mom. Thanks for making it. Carla, which hoodie is the really comfy one? Want to order? Okay, it is the Bella and Canvas. Bella and Canvas zip up. I will share it with you so that you can see it. Here's the merch shop. Here's the coupon you got to click up here. There's only 2 days left for 20% off. You got to redeem that coupon. Ding, ding, ding. And then when you come down here, it is this one. It is a zip up. This one right here. It says free care and read on the front, and then the back. The I went to Cancun with attorney Melanie Will. It is super soft. It runs really big. And it is lightweight. If you don't like a super heavy hoodie, it is lightweight, soft, smooth as butter. Comes in navy, oatmeal. Oh, that's a vintage white. I have that one. I love it. And it comes in black, and it comes in like a burnt orange. It's not a bright orange. It's really super comfy. Make sure you use the size chart. And I love it. I have a couple myself because, I had to test out the merch before I sold it to you. And I will not tell you what I'm doing with the profits until after this Michigas is over. It is cotton. Yes, it is cotton. No, 52% cotton, 48% polyester. We do have organic products also. This sweatshirt is organic. It is the Stanley Stella Cruiser hoodie. That's organic. And let's see, the men, I think that's a unisex one. So that's pretty cool. This one, it comes in light pink. It comes in like the dark pink. Oh, look, it's a maroon. It's maroon. And I think that might have a different back on it. There's some that say stay cool, stay kind, stay classy on the back. Just peruse. It's pinned in the chat for you. Get your 20% off. There's come for me in the comments. There's it strains credulity and all that kind of good stuff. So thank you, Carla, for asking. Jay-Z, best show ever, she or he says. Eagle 3, I want to see Proctor so I can see the dark matter hit the fan when he's questioned by AJ. Tina, I can't explain the who if not already on the list. I don't think it is. Great suggestion. Churistity, I heard the $300,000 is way over industry standards for experts, so this is being thought as a bribe. Thoughts? Yeah, I wouldn't go that far that it's being thought of as a bribe. It's very steep for a criminal case, I will say that. I mean, I for over 3 decades am a civil litigator, and we hire experts probably more than criminal defense attorneys do. I would say we have accident reconstruction experts, we have materials experts, we have vehicle experts. If it's a products liability case, you have to bring in expert witnesses to talk about what was wrong with the product, and oftentimes that's automotive. And $300,000 is a lot of money. But when you're in a civil case, the plaintiff's attorneys pay it, and then they get reimbursed if the case, if there's a verdict or a settlement. And so that is why civil litigators only take cases that they think they can win, because they're getting paid on contingency. In other words, my fee doesn't get paid unless I win your case. So that's a lot of money for an expert. That's a lot of money. I don't know that I've ever paid $300,000 for an expert ever, even on like the most valuable of cases, like even on cases that I've handled that settled for like over $10 million. Like it's really unheard of, because it shouldn't be that expensive to prove your case. Like if your client fell off scaffolding or whatever, like this is an unusual case because they have to prove there was a car accident where there was no car accident. And so I wouldn't put any, I don't think anything, there's a bribe involved there. I don't think. Yeah, it was 325 plus 44,500. Kokomo, Indiana points out. Yes, true. It's true. Can Bev switch jurors for no reason? What do you mean? Like dismiss them? If she dismisses them, there usually has to be a reason. And can she switch their seats? Because I heard she did switch up their seating. She had to separate some people for whatever reason. I don't know. Generally, there has to be a reason to dismiss as far as switching seats, if that's what you're asking. She's got a lot of judicial discretion. Let's just put it that way. We've seen it in action for 2 seasons now. Proctor or no proctor, this mission is from God. Guess we're going to find out in the coming weeks. P. Ferrari. Oh, yeah, I'm sure it was for both Shannon and Welchure. It definitely. I mean, it was the fee to aperture. Still a lot. Because Shannon did not do that much stuff. Well, he went to Texas. We did not. I mean, it's still, we're talking like almost $400K for 2 experts. But I think we do know that the ARCA witnesses were paid by the feds something like, I don't know how much. Do we know? $500,000? P4I, will the defense be able to make it clear that they were not the ones that hired ARCA to do their original testing? I don't think so. I don't think they're going to be able to say it was the FBI. Mark and I discussed it earlier. No, they can't mention the feds, but how else are they allowed to describe them? They just have to say twin moms rock. Twin moms are so special, aren't they? We are. You weren't hired originally to conduct your experiments or your work. You weren't originally hired to do the accident reconstruction on this case by Karen Reed or her attorneys, correct? Well, they can cross-examine them, but you weren't. Did the defense hire you? to conduct your original analysis in this case? No. So you and the defense, you did not have any relationship with us at the time that you conducted your original testing? No. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to get it out that it was no insurance company. It's going to remain to be seen. They're going to have to find a creative way to do it. And I think that they've had a year to work on it. So we'll see, because again, that is one of the things that Ronnie, the juror, said, was that they just discounted the ARCA witnesses because they had to talk about it and they didn't know who hired them. And so it was just sort of a, what did he call it? A distractor, that they thought it was either Karen's insurance company or Turtle Boy. This thing in Boulder has me really spun, and I have not had a chance to read about it yet. And it was on the Pearl Street Mall, and I'm really freaking out a bit. And it was an act of terrorism, and 6 people burned to death. And thank God all of my kids are home is all I can say. And prayers up to everyone in Boulder. And I might have to do a show on that, no matter how long it takes me. No matter how long I'm on the air with Karen Reed tomorrow, I have to cover that because my heart is in Boulder forever. And I know that I have a lot of viewers in Boulder. Amy in Arizona, here's my feedback from a first-time trial watcher after the Commonwealth rested. 1,000% Commonwealth is corrupt AF, and Karen Reed is not guilty. Thank you, Amy in Arizona. And you have been such an amazingly, I can disable community in your studio or dashboard. Yeah, but I don't know, after the stream already started, I can. But I also didn't want all the people that had already super chatted before Mark came on to have theirs like not thanked. So yeah, I think I have to do it, Scott Messerschmidt, though, before the stream starts. I don't know. But thank you. Thank you, Amy, for continuing to chime in with your thoughts and for being interested in the case. And thank you. Praise be. Under her eye. Praise Kier. New YouTube feature. EDB had YouTube remove it. Oh, you mean I can get rid of that thing, the distractor about the leaderboard. Oh, that's what you're talking about, Scott Messerschmidt. Thank you. Thank you. I think I was misunderstanding turning off super chats and that community leaderboard. I don't want people to feel bad that they're not on the leaderboard. Like, social media sucks enough. What happened in Boulder, Lisa, is that, hold on, I'm going to have to talk about it now, but let me just get through a couple of more things. There was a terrorist attack on Pearl Street, and 6 people were burned, and they're calling it an act of terrorism. And Pearl Street, for those of you who don't know about Boulder, is a pedestrian mall. And it is in the heart of Boulder. It is part of the pulse that makes Boulder amazing. And it is where all of the tourists go and the people who live in Boulder go. And you can eat there and you can walk up and down. It's a pedestrian mall. And apparently 6 people have been killed. And this is, Scott sent me this earlier. And so I'm just going to read it to you. But I couldn't stop what I was doing with my 2 guests to read it to you. And this, he said approximately 1 hour ago, whatever time that was. And I don't know what time he sent this to me. So I think it broke in my family chat around what time? Hold on. 6:15. And so Scott, amazing kindergarten cop, texted me. This was broke around 1:16. It says approximately 1 hour ago, FBI and local law enforcement responded to a protest held at 13th and Pearl Streets after reports of a terror attack. The suspect, Mohammed Soliman, was caught on camera lighting and throwing several Molotov cocktails into a crowd of Jewish protesters, many of whom, including children, became engulfed by flames. This is where street performers are. You know how I always talk about the contortionist that can get himself into a box? That's a Pearl Street reference. Goes on to say bystanders attempted to intervene and provide aid to those injured until first responders arrived to secure the scene. As of this time, the FBI has declared this will be investigated as an act of terror. Soliman is in custody and several patients have been transported to local medical centers with serious injuries. The area continues to be blocked off for pedestrian traffic due to the investigation. And then Kash Patel, I guess, did an interview. Suspect in Boulder terror attack determined to be Egyptian man in the U.S. illegally, says the FBI. And this was at a Run for Their Lives walk. This happened today. Boulder police and FBI all on the scene. Said it left 6 people injured. I don't know. Has there been any confirmed deaths lighting people on fire? Yeah, no deaths. Argument assassin Allesie says, well, let me just tell you something that it is very difficult to survive severe burn injuries like that. It's very difficult to survive, and they may not be announcing yet because there's children there, there's families there. This is horrific. It says Mohammed Sabri Soliman, Soliman, was arrested, 45 years old, arrested at the scene after he allegedly set his victims on fire as they peacefully rallied on behalf of Israeli hostages still being held by Hamas in Gaza. Soliman was heard yelling, "Free Palestine." I can't with this. I just can't. Yeah, Soliman. The name is familiar, right? Right? I just saw that go by. Green-eyed Southern girl. They're saying no deaths, but listen, when you're engulfed by flames and you have severe burns, anybody ever been to the burn unit, to the burn ward? I mean, that's like they life flighted 2 people. Yeah, I'm not getting into how many children were burned where. That's a disgusting comment. Thank you, Little Cupcake, for being on top of that. I'm not here to talk about politics. I'm here to talk about a tragedy, a mass casualty event that happened in the town where I went to college that I hold dear in my heart. And many of my viewers are also from Boulder. So keep your political comments to yourselves or you will be banished. Like, participating in this chat is a privilege, not a right. You don't have the freedom of speech rights here that you have out in government type situations. Thank you, virtual jerk. Papster Steve, thanks for your super chat, super sticker. Plant Enchantress, just keep doing the Lord's work, mods. I keep hearing the defense won't call Brian Albert or Brian Higgins. What's your opinion? I think they should definitely be called. AJ brought them up in his opening. Yeah. If I had to pick one, I would say Higgins, because Brian Albert is like a professional witness. He's testified hundreds of times. If they can only be crossed on what they are directly examined on, which there's conflicting reports about in Massachusetts, do you call Brian Albert to just ask him a few select questions about why he didn't come out of his house, why he destroyed his phone, the butt dials? I'd like to see it. I just don't know if it's going to happen, and I don't want to second guess what this defense team is doing, because trust me, they know much more about this case than I do, and I would never second guess their strategy. I would like to hear from Higgins, though. Thank you very much for that. Red's daughter, when they asked ARCA about their expertise and experience, can ARCA explain what they do and the type of companies they do it for? The NHL, the FBI, right? The FBI. We work for the government. I think they did say we work for the government. Maybe you could say, or if they don't do work for insurance companies, this is a great point. Thank you for letting me think about this. If they don't work for insurance companies, right? If they typically are only hired by the government and the NHL, and they did some things with the vehicles that were sent over, I think, to Afghanistan, like they did something with the seating. If they do not do work for insurance companies like car insurance carriers, perhaps that would be a proper question. Do you ever get hired by insurance companies? And they could say no. Do you ever get hired by bloggers? No, right? Great. I love the way you guys are thinking. It was so collaborative here. It was so collaborative, aren't we? All right. Well, we are back at it in the morning. 8:55. I have it set for. I love you all with all of my heart. Each and every one of you. Prayers up for everyone in Boulder. My heart is breaking right now, but I'm trying to keep it together. Tracy, thank you for 5 matcha lattes. Says, I think you might need these this week. Yes, I think so. I think so. Jem, thank you for your matcha latte. Oh, for complimenting my hair. Thank you so much. You guys, as much as you seem to appreciate me because you send me really nice emails and really nice comments, and I appreciate you even more, if that's possible, even more. Because as much as I keep you sane, you keep me sane just as much. So it goes both ways, guys. I appreciate each and every one of you with all of my heart. Thank you to the moderators, because really they are doing the Lord's work. They're doing the Lord's work. Derek, I see you made a new video and you put me in it. Thank you very much. I don't have time to look at it now or play it now, but we'll take a look at that tomorrow. That'll be a great lunchtime area. Thank you, Derek. Did I do great? How was my acting? Was it good? Thank you. My voiceover that I did for your video. I can't wait to see it tomorrow. But everyone should go watch it now and then we'll watch it again tomorrow. So go to Derek Carney's video. You know what, Rhonda? I want to play this because it is true. John O'Keefe does get very oftentimes lost in the shuffle here. And thank you to Rhonda who sent this to me. And my kids have been trying to get me to do this TikTok with them a lot. And I haven't done it yet, despite the fact that I will now, because I've been thinking of what I wanted to do in this TikTok video. And it's like a TikTok video of your parents pretending to be you. I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's John O'Keefe and his niece, and she's filming him. And it is that exact TikTok. So let's take a look so that we can remember John O'Keefe and that this is really about John O'Keefe. And so just keep in mind that it's John O'Keefe pretending to be Kaylee. We know her name because I think Brennan put it out there. So take a look. This was posted on YouTube by
We need some.
IDBH True Crime. Here it is.
We need some.
Okay, so I think the audio should be on. This is a video of John O'Keefe, the Boston police officer who lost his life during the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. Believe it or not, this video was not so easy to find. On the eve of opening statements in the second Karen Reed murder trial charade, my intention is for those of us that have been consumed with this case to remember why we are here in the first place.
Left.
Kaylee, what are you going to do later? Kaylee.
What? Can Bella come over?
Kaylee, are you hungry?
No.
What are you doing?
Kickball.
Kaylee, are you still in school? Kaylee, you have any homework? Kaylee, what are your plans for today?
He's ignoring her.
Kaylee, can you hear me? Kaylee.
What's that?
May he rest in peace. John O'Keefe. That is so sad, isn't it? How many of you have done that TikTok with your kids and know exactly what I'm talking about? Justice for John O'Keefe. It's at the end. I cut it off early. So shout out to, the creator or the poster of that video. Let me shout out the poster of that video. It is at IDBH True Crime. Thank you for posting that because it is so important to remember John O'Keefe in all of this. And is there justice for John O'Keefe if Karen Reed is convicted? Will the real perpetrator or perpetrators or people who may have been involved in who knows what, an accident, ever face any charges? I don't know. Thank you to the moderators, and thank you, Rhonda, for sending that to me. It just makes me cry every time I watch it. Thank you to all my channel members who love me enough to want to be a little cupcake, and also to my viewers, replay viewers, diehard 8-hour-a-day trial fans. I love you with all of my heart, and I will see you soon because I'm going to see you tomorrow at 8:55 a.m. when I hit end on this stream. It's gonna teleport you to the morning stream so that you can hit your notification bell so that you will remember to come back tomorrow. But really, how could you forget? Because we live here now. We live here now. I hope you enjoyed my show tonight with Mark Bederow and Will the Glarer, and got a couple of extra viewpoints. And love you guys with all my heart. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. You can do it. I know you can do it. Peace out, my friends. I will see you bright and early. Let's all get our beauty rest. Try and sleep tonight. I know it's not easy. Good night.